Oh, oh, hi. I made it in. Apologies for being an hour more than I usually am. Um, Today was pretty intense. And just as I was talking about, just as I said here, I got a message that it's going to get intense. Oh, it is. It's going to get very intense. And yeah, yes, James, earthquakes, tsunamis, and freaky energy coming in. Hi, I'm D Ocean of D Ocean's Deep Woo, and hope you got my message in our community tab about why I'm running late. But if not, I did try to put out a warning that I am running very late and I would be in as soon as I could. But boy, oh boy, it's been something else. Um, just right now, it's a little better, but I kind of feel like uh, uh, I'm being mildly electrocuted. So I'm not sure. Let me see if I have see if this helps at all. If it does. Okay, so spend a moment or two here. I don't know if anybody's going to really make it in because I'm so late. I don't know if they're going to see if that I'm on. But holy cow, what a day. And I am, oh, I am just having the effects of all this myself, which is why I put out the notice like that, is because I'm going through these crazy energies. Very, very hard to adjust. I've been having that, and just it's going to be like that from time to time. Yes, this did help. It's my Q link. I felt like I was being electrocuted, really. Okay, I found my Q link. I had lost it for a while. And now I know what the difference really feels like because, wow, I hope that you are doing better where you are. Um, I'm okay. I feel like I'm, I'm really fine. I mean, I'm not hurt or anything. I feel this has got to be part of my upgrade or something is being very sensitive to all this stuff is just par for the course, and a lot of us are. And that's part of why I chose this subject tonight is because I'm getting all kinds of messages that we're going to be dealing with really intense energies and like James was saying, we've got earthquakes. Hey, I Mark the Arc Spark. People finally saw me coming on. I was just explaining why I was running late, but there's so much going on right now that the the earth is definitely feeling the strain of all the forces put upon it, and there is no doubt that we are as well going to be feeling that. I have for absolutely no reason been like breaking out in rashes. I haven't been eating anything I'm allergic to. I've had just, swings between feeling so tired and then feeling, almost like I should be racing around the house like when your pets get the zoomies. And, it's like, wouldn't that be funny if Cowboy saw me running around the house like, Mom, that's my job. But, it's and like that comes and goes. And then all of these waves, it's just waves and waves. When the sun, let's see, Mark says, when the sun started flaring, I started feeling better. But the moon is a different story. When the moon, you want to explain that, Mark? But the moon is a different story. Okay, we've got some people I think about ready to come in because I see that there are more watchers right now. So, okay, well, trippy times, my friends, trippy times. I, you know what? I'm having weird things happen. Like, I just had something happen within the last 2 days that normally I would be really, 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 really worried, but I'm not. I'm sure that it's going to work out okay. But uh, it's just, um, I can tell I'm growing as an individual. Hopefully you are too. You're noticing that you've got this stuff come up, and for about a month, we're going to have stuff coming up from the past, okay, to deal with. That's just going to be the nature of this month. The real new year is really going to be more toward the Chinese New Year. So, we've already had Pagan New Year back around Samhain. Like that to some people is the new year. It's not when, the Western world traditionally celebrates New Year, but um, different people celebrate New Year at different times. But I guess what I'm trying to say is the year of the dragon isn't really is it we can feel the energies coming in because it's really coming in. But we're not really going to feel it until the Chinese New Year. Hey, Witchy Poo. So, yeah, I can see some people are trying to get in, it looks like. So, we've got still about a little under, about right around a month of dealing with this past stuff. And we have, I don't know if anybody, I don't know, have you noticed that we've got this like desperation feeling by some people, which actually might also belay the feeling of some entities that are really desperate because they know they're in the last days. Their days are very numbered. And I know it seems like forever for us, seems like a long, long time, but to them, time is running very short. And it must be really scary because they're probably thinking, hey, I was told I'd never have to pay. I was told I would never have to answer for anything. What's up with this, you know? There are these people and entities that thought they would never have to answer for anything. And it looks like they're going to have to answer for it. And they are answering for it, actually. Some of them have already answered for it without us knowing, without us being informed, is what I'm hearing on the back channels. Is that some people are already off the stage, man. They've been off for a long time. Though their optics are still around, their brand, we think they're still around, but they're long gone. So some people are off the stage already. And we've been told for like a long time now that what we're seeing is more like a theater production. It's oh, it's so weird, but what we're in right now. Um, and it's said that the reason is just because to wake up the maximum number of people, we don't want to leave that many people behind. I mean, you know, it's like I don't want to seem unkind or anything, but a long time ago, I went with this feeling like, hey, it's too bad, but you make your choices, you know. Um, but I guess they want to give everybody an opportunity that has possibly been under the dominion of another entity. See, that's the thing. A lot of people have actually been not a full possession exactly, but it's sort of like that. They've been under a sort of depression of their natural personality. And so there have been, you know, beings who know how to do this. They're very subtle, and some of you call them demons, but they're interdimensional entities. And if you accidentally make a deal, you know how it goes. You accidentally make a deal, and humans are very susceptible to that because they don't know what's going on. You can make a deal without even knowing you did it. It's very subtle. So if you make a deal, you're under their influence. And I ought to know what that's like. It's impossible for me to go completely bad, but I remember what it was like when I was under their influence. And I got rid of that. As a matter of fact, I got a message that my soul family, my star family, my guides are all going like, "Oh, we thought you were going to take another life there for a while. We thought, because of the way things were going, but I managed to pull out of it because I I am also getting that no, you can't ever entirely turn me. It just can't happen. It's it's impossible. You cannot turn me into an evil or a negative being, even um, with a lot of work. So, and a lot of subtle work. So, yeah. So anyway, I got myself out of it, and I did get help, of course, but then there's also this thing of taking the help when it's offered. Don't be that like that story about the family in the flood that's letting all of the lifeboats and everything go by waiting for God to save them. Don't be like that family. You know, when the lifeboats come by, jump in the lifeboat sooner than later. So, and so I did that fast. I was told it was such a weird reading. I was told in a reading that I needed to do this fast and that I'd have some kind of, after I meditated, I'd have some kind of message or big message or something. And there are some. There is actually a lot of things, and I'm going to have to unpack all that. So that's still something I'm working on, unpacking all of that. Some of it was real personal. I'm not going to go into that. Some of it was for people at large. And some of it was just for my soul family that happened to be embodied here at this time still. Is, you know, you're going to have to stand strong a little while more, but not that much longer. It's not going to be as much longer. It's, although, yeah, I'm getting the impression it's going to feel longer to us because we just, you know, waiting so long, waiting so long. I got 2 tickets for paradise. Pack your bags and leave tonight. It's probably going to be like we wait, we wait. And all of a sudden, boom, zip, zam, bang. A bunch of fireworks, and holy cow, here we are. And it's like, whoa, here we are. So, and it's going to be very interesting to see how gradually people will embrace being able to get around to anywhere you want to go. Imagine on the other side of this, we really are free to go anywhere we want to go, you know, um, with a lot of ease. It's not going to take um, the very slow physical transportation methods that we have had. That's not going to be a problem anymore. We're not going to have to worry too much about trains, planes, and automobiles, as they say, because there'll be other ways to go that are just much easier and faster, and that's coming. But then again, if we're still going to work by that time, if we've still got the concept of 9 to 5 jobs, there's not going to be very much excuse for you not to be at work. Oh, the train was late. Oh, there is no train. So there is that, but I have a feeling that's going to change too. But it's going to take a while. That's not going to be right away, but we are going to start to see other modes of transportation start to come into being. And we might even see, I'm not sure about this, but we might even see the return of some kind of hot air balloon travel. I'm not sure. That would be if you want a kind of a luxury, leisurely trip. We might see that because there are some people that are really fascinated with that. So we're heading into times that are going to be just wonderful, very interesting, um, completely mind-boggling in some regards, even to us. But realize you're building this. please. I keep reminding people, you're building this. We're building this. So build it the way you want it. Let us build it the way we want to. Finally, one of the reasons I've been a lot happier lately is I know damn well we're we're good. We're on the path. We're on the right track. Absolutely. We're not off track at all. We're on the right track. I don't feel like there needs to be any more course corrections. None at all. For it to go where we want to go, we're on it. So let's see, James Ortiz. Oh, okay. Poor James Ortiz is still waiting for his supper. So really, we're not going to be as, and this is right on the heels of all of this talk of the 15-minute cities and all of these attempts to kind of rein us into one area, to kind of force us to be very isolated, in isolated smaller groups, to make us more manageable. Well, actually, it's going to be just the opposite. We're going to be way more free than we've been in a long, long time to get around, to go places and travel. It's going to be just like night and day. So all of this restrictive stuff is going to finally be over, which is great because it's driving me up the wall. Um, yeah. Hey, Dark Meta, how you doing? Yeah, it's literally they're trying to hurt us. They're trying to hurt us and basically hurt us into small 15-minute cities so that they can keep control. Um, that's the idea. You can control that. They're not a big enough, no one place is big enough to really take you. If people can't band together, see, that's it, the division, the separation. Everything has been divisive. And that's exactly why we have to pull together. Yeah, witchy. That's right. Um it's gonna look crazier even. I mean, there's gonna be things that are gonna surprise even us. Not shock us, maybe, although there are gonna be some shocking things. I'm told that there are some things that we don't even know about that have been going on that are even going to shock some of us, even with those of us who have stayed awake and who knows a lot of this. There are even worse and deeper things that these things have been up to that than we even have been informed ever. And that maybe even, yeah, I'm getting that it would be so painful. They can't bring it out. It would be way too painful. It would be crushingly painful for most people to know what has gone on. Hey, Indie Groove. Religions lately. Already freaked out though, to be honest. Absolutely. Calm but freaked. Already flabbergasted? Your guest has already been flabbered, are you saying? Wow, what was that flash of light? Did you see? Yeah, I keep having these flashes of light go past me, these flashes of white light just kind of zip around the room. Um, so there we go again. You see it? Wow, it's like a sun shining on me. It's like something shining on me. Do you see this? It kind of feels like that too. What is going on? Yeah, I've been getting all the readings about light and I shine. Yeah, I almost look like I'm lit up. I almost look like I'm glowing or something. It looks like the sun suddenly came out and wow, it's bright. Oh, there it goes again. Okay. No, it's not any way I'm sitting or anything that's changing it, but wow, oh, there it goes again. Wow. My light, I know the light in this room, it's not changed. It's not changed. I didn't see it get any dimmer or brighter. This is something else going on. Well, okie dokie then. Ooh. I look a little bit more lightheaded. I found another one of my little topper bangs. One of my little toppers with bangs that I put on today, and it has like mixed colored hair and then some lighter strands. So I wore a little bit different one today. I like it a lot. I like the bangs maybe a little bit better on this one. So I might be wearing this one a little more. But yeah, high spirit, whatever, whoever that is, that was that's some kind of light being shining all over me, maybe. Oh, there we go again. Hi. There it just went by real fast. Wow. Okay, well, I guess we're going to have this whole show. There we go. Yeah, I'm tripping on that myself. Yeah, hi, Spirit, whoever you are. I suppose when you're ready, you'll let me know who you are. Wow. And when they're ready, they'll let me know. um, okay, so if you're getting weird, once again, if you're getting very weird bodily sensations or anything, and there's no good reason for it, our physiology is going to be changing literally. Now it's down to the physical level. I've been mentioning this. I really want to bring that home to you. It's coming to the physical level. It's been down through all the layers. And I'm told that there's, okay, that's in the access consciousness. When they say all nine, they say all nine, but that's 9 layers of our aura, okay, and of our reality. And so it's coming down to the base layer now, finally filtering into the base layer, which means that it's going to start really manifesting physically. But what that's gonna look like is exactly what we're having. Strange symptoms, strange, um, stuff like what you're seeing. Just, strange things happening, and it's gonna start to look less and less real. Reality is just gonna look less and less real as time goes on until it's really quite and it's just it's it's there I have been floaty as all get out, off and on. Sometimes I'm, like, right on top of things, but sometimes I am a space cadet. Yep. Well, there's a war still, a little war, and it's more of a skirmish. The main war is over. We've still got things acting out, though, and trying to hide. The explosions in New York, the quakes in New York are due to explosions. There are huge, massive domes down there. What's been going on under New York in the under it's just that's part of where the really bad stuff has been happening because it's such a major place. That's one of the reasons why it had so much happen to it. But yeah, they're clearing out underneath New York and sounds like it's going kind of rough. Yeah, Japan. Yeah, I told you, get out of the city. Get out of the cities. Hey, Louis Ta, if you're too close to a city, you're at risk. Get out of the cities. I'm sorry. Um, hope that if you are in somewhere where they have big cities, that you're at the outskirts or somehow. I'm even at a small town, and I'm happy to be just on the outskirts of everything. I'm out here and on the edge of nowhere. So, hey, Wagon Breath, how's you doing? Well, Lewis, my New Year was very nice, actually. Oh, yeah, Ohio had an earthquake. I'm gonna have to check that out. That would make sense if it was so. I haven't heard about it. But then again, I don't watch the news. And it hasn't come up on any of my feeds, and my feeds are weird. I mean, I get like Senate hearings and stuff on my feeds. I don't know why. I'll be watching something completely unrelated and off that topic, not even vaguely related to politics. And all of a sudden, Senate hearings will pop up on my feed and it's playing. Because as I'm going about my day, I'm playing some stuff in the background and so it auto plays. Oh, hi. Yeah. Well, and so the light is shining, and I guess what it means is those are messages that I'm supposed to be paying attention to when that stuff pops up like that. Hi, Derek. How you doing? Oh, that's good. Oh, a 2.4 earthquake in Madison. I wonder what time that was because I was having a heck of a time today. And I was just maybe, let's see, Madison. Happy New Year, everybody. Um, oh, wow. Lewis had a dream about about something howling that might have been a Bigfoot, might have been. They are contacting people in dreams. Um, Madison, Ohio. Well, let's see if it says anything about Madison, Ohio. If I can find anything about that. So we've been having like these tremendous X-class waves, and they have been tremendously affecting us. And anybody who tries to use logic in telling me that celestial bodies have no effect on us, like with astrology and stuff, it's like, okay, it's quite obvious. The sun and the moon are celestial bodies and have quite a huge effect on this planet. So don't give me that bullshit. Just don't even. Let's see if I can find today. Okay, earthquake, Ohio today. Can't provide a description for this right now. What? Oh, 1 day ago. Um, 4.0 magnitude earthquake near Madison, late New Year's Day. That was just yesterday. Wait, what? Oh no, that was on August 27th, 23. That was caught on traffic cameras. And we just had another one, 2.4, that was late New Year's Day. And let's see, near Grand River in Lake County, south of Interstate 90, according to coordinates. So happened about 4 kilometers southeast of Madison. Very close to the epicenter of another minor quake felt the morning of December 1st near Hogback Ridge Park. Believed to be an aftershock from a 3.6 magnitude earthquake in the area. Way back in August 27th, according to Ohio Department of National Resources. ODNR's earthquake map listed as a 2.2 magnitude earthquake southeast of the park, just over the county line in Ashtabula. Okay, I know where Ashtabula is. Shook my entire house and the dogs started barking. And the neighbor dogs were barking. Okay. Yeah, they would be. 38 earthquakes reported in Lake County in 2023, several of which occurred in the same areas as the New Year's Day event. Now, they don't usually cause damage because they're considered to be weak ones. And yet, even though they're weak ones, it's not like they have no effect. They absolutely affect things. Okay, so I'm looking at magnitude over there and newest first. It looks like there was they've mostly been right around Madison, Ohio. Right. Wow. Ohio's been getting a lot of them. See, but that's to the south. Our quake zone is up into a little bit of the south end of the state, but I'm up in the northeast, so I'm on a pretty stable piece of ground. If it shakes here, it's very unusual, although we have had the tower center sway one time that I remember, and I could tell something happened, but just barely, we could just barely tell. So But yeah, a lot of earthquakes. Hey, Chloe. So we're going to see more. Let's see. So basically, Ohio's not immune to earthquakes, but it's not a major earthquake zone. We have smaller earthquakes usually. So minor ones and more to the south. The north doesn't really is more of a stable plate somehow, which I am very thankful for. Wow, though, that is exactly. I've been warned. There's what I kept hearing, whole lot of shaking going on for the new year, and I remember, and that's correct. A lot of shaking is going on. So far, that's been on track. That's been correct. And there's going to be more. Oh, now they're saying, yep, there's going to be some floods. We're going to see some floods. Wow. We're going to see some bad floods. Not where I am, though. Okay. Thank you. Wine country, that's south. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Yep. 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 But down there in Madison, whatever's going on down in Madison, they're going to get a whole lot of shaking. Shaking. Whole lot of shaking going on. Hmm. Okay, so that's what I'm finding about that. Let's see if I can get a map. Can I get a map? Yes, they have a map. So hang on. Oops, no, it just jumped away. Nope, it jumped out, jumped away. Okay, so, okay, Madison. I'm wrong. No, it's not south. I thought it was south. That just goes to show you how good I am at knowing where things are in Ohio. Not that good anymore. I don't travel like I used to. I still though, yeah, that's about halfway down the state. So wow, that's right in the middle of the state. Okay, something really weird's going on here. It's still pretty far from us though, because we're way over more in like we're in the northeast, so um we're like hours away from that. Let's see if I can get an expansion of this and get to where we can see a bigger version of this. Then I can get more of an idea. Hmm. Okay, here I am oh yeah, I'm way far away from it. It's actually more on more like almost halfway down the state and off to the west. So it's quite a ways from us. Yeah, quite a ways. Yeah. Hang on, let's see where it is. It's almost into Indiana. It's heading for Indiana. No. Boy, I'm reading this map all wrong. Or am I? Wait a minute. What do they got here? They've got two. They've got a red one and a yellow one. And at first, all I saw was a yellow one. But now they're showing a red one. That one was the 2.4. The other one in Madison was 3 weeks ago. And then a month ago in Jackson, then 3 months ago in Madison again, three of them, three, four, what? Four different one, two, three, four different earthquakes 3 months ago in Madison, Ohio. Yeah, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, and three of them 4 months ago. Whoa. No, it looks like there's another one. There's like 5 of them 4 months ago. Whoa, they have nothing but shaking going on in Madison area. Holy carp. Holy carp. So where exactly is Madison? I thought it was this one. No, that's Jackson Center. That's the epicenter. Okay. That's the one that's over closer to Indiana. And then the after effect is over in, oh, that's way up in almost to Buffalo. Wow. And I'm in between those, not right in between them, but I'm like over into the northwest. Wow. But we didn't feel it here. But we felt I felt some pretty strange feelings. That would explain a lot, though. Yeah, because now here's a map with a whole bunch of them, the recent ones. And yeah, the epicenters are mostly just what I thought, down a little more south than we are, but we're feeling them. There's aftershocks up north, but it's not where the epicenter is. So go figure that out. I don't know. I'm not a quake specialist. But yeah, I can see the epicenters are right along the West Virginia border. Right along West Virginia, Kentucky, Frankfort. Yeah. So let me open that up a little bit. See if they'll show me. Ashland, you know what? There is something about Ashland. Ashland. That's down in the Cincy area, the Cincinnati area. That's what I thought. So the epicenter's in the south, but they feel it up north, like way at the northern, way at the northern end. Ashtabula, which is like way north, almost off the map and into the water. So you can look this up yourself. Maybe you can figure it out a little better than I can. Uh, that's pretty intense. And then let me see, how far am I? Chardon, Willoughby Hills, Maple High, Lindenhurst, blah, blah, blah. We're down here. Yeah, we're actually lucky. We're out of the way. We're way out of the way. Yeah, we're like way over from all of that mess. Thank goodness. We're nowhere near. We're like, thank goodness. Wow. Minter, though. I bet Minter felt some of it. Yeah. Yep. So this is, wow, I used to travel that road all the time. Wow. Okay, folks. Well, we've been getting our fair share of shaking. It's going to happen. I think if you got it in your mind, that's what it was, Lewis. I think that's what it was. So who came in while I was looking all that up? Somebody came in. Let's see, Chloe Jackie. Hey, good evening, Jackie. Yeah, I was looking up the earthquakes around here. Hey, Max Vision. Hey, B Freeman. Hi. So just what I said, a whole lot of shaking going on, just like the song. Everything. Isn't it funny how they always communicate in songs? It's like I get all these songs, and that's the communication. That is the message, right? So there was one of David's songs came on the feed. David Bowie's songs came on the feed. It was Trying to Get to Heaven. Actually, Bruce Springsteen wrote it, not David. But New Straitsville, Ohio. Well, I'll look that up. Oh, Southern California got tsunami. There's the water. There's the water that they've been telling me. A whole lot of water. A lot of water. That's exactly what I heard. A lot of water. Yep. Okay. Well, we're getting it. Everything I'm being told. A whole lot of water. But not here. So, New Straitsville burning underneath from 1930. Oh, I think I heard about that. Yeah. Wow. Let me look that up, Witch Moon. See if I can get some insight into that. New Straitsville. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Burning. Okay, let's see. Fire. 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 New Straitsville mine fire. Ohio History Central. Okay, yeah, it's actually their videos and stuff. Steaming ground areas. Stay green and snow free in the winter. The world's greatest mine fire. This historical marker was erected. There was a historical marker erected in 2011. by the Wayne National Forest. Wow. Yep. Um, Ohio Memory, April 16. The new Straitsville mine fires are said to have started November 13th, 1884, when, let's see, let's see, let's go to that story. When striking miners pushed burning cars into a mine during a strike over wages between the New Straitsville Mining Company's management and mine workers, a small group of union members decided to sabotage the mines. Cars filled with oil-soaked timber were set on fire, pushed into a mine owned by the New Straitsville Mining Company. The fire quickly spread to the coal seam underground, and reportedly the coal seam was 14 feet across and extended an undetermined distance into the earth. It took several days for the fire to be discovered, but by that point it was too late to stop its spread. As a result, the mine had to close. The New Straitsville fire has raged ever since. In 1936, the WPA began work to stop the spread of the fire by building barriers across burning veins of coal. In 1938, nearly 350 men were employed on the project, which then was estimated cost less than $1, or don't have it, $1 million, less than $1 million. Under the direction of James R. Kavanaugh, yeah, they have that written weird, a veteran mine firefighter, tunnels were driven through veins in the path of the fire and were filled with clay water mixture, similar non-burning material. The mine's fires affected coal deposits in Hocking and Perry counties in southeastern Ohio. And it was estimated that by 1938, the coal destroyed more than 200 square miles was worth $50 million. In 2003, smoke began to emerge from the soil of Wayne National Forest 119 years after the fire began. Can you imagine that? Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Written on the back of the photograph, a refugee from the New Straitsville mine fire is Miss Elizabeth Green, 75-year-old widow, driven from her little cottage on top of Plummer Hill by the black damp, or carbon dioxide. My mother talked about that because on her side there were coal mining folks. So her father perished in a coal mine. And yeah, they talk about the white damp and the black damp. Well, the black damp is carbon dioxide produced by the mines. And she has been forced to flee several times, and each time, I guess, getting a little farther away. The black damp, a suffocating gas, seeped through the fissures in her cellar in such volume that it put out the fire in her stove and in her oil lamp and would have killed her had she tarried. She's shown here gathering up a few possessions. The cottage is now only full of gas, but in imminent danger of sinking into the earth, which has been undrained by the fire. She has moved to the village of New Straitsville, about a mile away, where she lives with her sister. There we go, New Straitsville. Nellie Walters, it's all crowded in the city, she marked ruefully. Wow. Okay, so they started, wow, we didn't start the fire, they did. We didn't start the fire. Apparently these guys did during a strike. Wow. So now, can you imagine what it's doing today? So basically it's burning up all that coal under there. Yeah, it's got to be doing some damage because it's making sinkholes and stuff. Ah, Jim and I made it in. Hi, sister. Town is still burning, yeah. Yep, town is still burning and, well, like I said, I live in I live in one of the weirdest states in the nation. A lot of weird stuff going on here. Well, it's not. Oh, that's so cute, Lewis. Lewis is singing. Wow, witchy, you brought that up, and I guess I had heard about that, come to think of it, but I hadn't thought of it in many years now. My mother, I think, did mention, because she would be closer to that than me, because um, she was born in 1919. And so she, and her family was in coal mining. Some of them were coal miners. So they came up from Tennessee. Huh. And Helltown, Ohio. Well, let's check it out. See what they got here. Helltown, Ohio. Peninsula, Ohio. What? The tragic reality of a town riddled with rumors of haunts, chemical spills, and serial killers. The abandoned village, now colorfully known as Helltown, reportedly teeming with crybaby bridges, spook school buses. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's it! Now, this is very close to me. I've driven through there, and it is haunted as hell. Okay. Gosh. And nobody was telling me any of this. But that's what it's being known as. It doesn't surprise me. That is very close to the area that I refuse to drive through. I would refuse to drive through there. It freaked me out. Now finally, I'm nobody nobody was mentioning this back at that time. Helltown is purportedly teeming with crybaby bridges, spook school buses, mass human sacrifice scenes, and a mutant python. For good measure, did we name him Monty? The extreme folklore surrounding the region formerly known as Boston, Ohio. I've been there. That region, I don't like it. It always creeped me out. I never knew why. It is ironic since the only verifiable legend about the town is it's deserted for a very frighteningly tragic reason. Founded in 1806, Boston Village's original claim to fame was its standing as the oldest village in Summit County. I used to live in Summit County. I know exactly where this is. Boston's relatively uneventful life took a turn for the worse in 1974 when it became the unlucky victim of nationwide anxiety over the country's disappearing forest land. During the laws of eminent domain, President Gerald Ford signed a bill that gave the federal government's National Park Service jurisdiction to expropriate the land for establishment of national parks. The NPS decided the Boston Township would be the new home for the Cuyahoga Valley National Park, and began buying its properties off of the longtime residents. Sentiment among the citizens had no choice but to leave their homes, expressed in a message scribbled on the wall of one of the houses. Now we know how the Indians felt. Right, told to leave your home. The empty homes were boarded up and adorned with U.S. no trespassing signs. The government quickly fell behind on its plan to create the park. The village sat neglected. The remaining buildings, remnants of a vanished town, have created fertile soil for innumerable urban legends that have popped up over the years. The hellish aura of the area only continued to grow when the NPS acquired Kretschke, Kretschke, Kretschke Dump. I don't know how to say that. Krejci dump in the 1985 Rangers visiting the site became ill and covered in rashes. It was soon discovered the dump was highly polluted with toxic chemicals and improperly disposed of, and the dump became a Superfund site. And as 2015, the NPS is wrapping up restoration of the area. Dude, you son of a gun, if a gun of a done of a gun, son. Ugh. Is that what was going on? I heard nothing of this. Thank you for bringing that up. There are a number of myths surrounding the vacant properties, and some have been a bit more durable than others. There's the Presbyterian Church, which is said to have been built by Satanists, complete with upside down crosses. The abandoned bus is said to be host to lingering ghosts, and maybe most outlandish of all, there's talk of mutants who were created by the Krishki dump spill, including a monstrous snake known as Peninsula Python. However, most of the myths have been conclusively refuted. The upside-down crosses affixed to the local church are part of the building's architectural style, have no roots in satanic activity. The haunted bus was a temporary home of a family awaiting house repairs. These explanations, of course, don't diminish the public enthusiasm for legends of unusual occurrences in Boston, Ohio. For instance, the city still celebrates Python Day in honor of the legendary giant snake. Huh. Now, wait a minute. At Helltown, Ohio is permanently closed. Permanently closed. Holy cow. We were not told of it. I've been right here. That's what was going on all this time. I was getting sick. Crybaby Bridge, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Boston Cemetery. This place will give you the freaking creeps. It will. Driving through there. If you're sensitive, this is the place that I couldn't drive through. This is connected to that. Oh, shoot. Finally. Finally, it's being explained to me. And people acted like I was the weird one. So other people were feeling this too. Oh, the werewolf legends from Dark County. Mutant Python. Well, that's really classic, a mutant python. Or witchy. It was witchy that brought that up. Sorry. Okay, witchy that brought. Wow. Jeez. You know what another place is that I had trouble with? River Road, down by the water treatment plant. I had a UFO. I'm pretty sure that right down by there was where I was abducted. And something happened to me. Actually, I'll tell you that story. I had Michelle. Oh, Michelle, we were concerned about you. Where you been? We were a little concerned about you, honey. Anyway, I had gone to a meditation and kind of seminar with this one guy that lived way out by Peninsula. He lived kind of out in a little past Peninsula, actually. But so to get home quick, I thought quick, I was going to take the shortest way where I lived in Akron at the time. And so I came down the road by the river there. But somehow I got lost on a road I'd been down like tons of times and saw something that looked like a building lit up. It looked like a round building lit up on stilts, I thought. And I'm like, is that the water treatment part of the water treatment plant? Well, there was all this mist and all this fog, and it smelled kind of weird. And I thought, well, it's kind of late. I want to get home. Um, I drove through that fog, and as I was driving home, I was terrified. I got home. I left my destination that couldn't have been more than 20 minutes away. 30 if I drove slow, right? I came home at like 1:30 in the morning. I'm like, and this thing was over like at sunset or something. And I'm like, how, and my husband, I was married at the time. My husband was very upset with me. Where have I been, you know, all that time? And I said, well, I went to that thing and I drove home and I took the shortcut like I never do because I don't like that road. And, it always creeped me out, but I took it anyway because I was trying to get home faster. And I don't know what happened to me. I don't remember. But I remember that I couldn't drive down it anymore. You couldn't pay me to drive through there anymore. I had some kind of fear that was so primal after that that I would not even consider if anybody was driving me anywhere near there. Or if I was even coming from another direction, if I was getting too close to that area, I would turn the freaking car right around and drive in the other direction. And people thought I was losing it, okay? Something happened to me, and I don't exactly know. You know what I need? I need somebody who does regressions. Maybe finally get this out of me. What actually happened? Wow. You missed the spookiness. Mm. Well, I'm not sure I missed the spookiness. I'd miss it. Maybe I would. The Mothman, that's right. We got Mothman and Swamp Man. Don't we have like a swamp creature too of some kind, or not a swamp, but Mothman and Grassman, that's right. Grassman and God, we got all kinds of things. We got hot and cold running phenomena. I keep telling you, here in Ohio, we have hot and cold running phenomena all the time. It's just, it's just like that all the time. And wow, so that's what I was going through. And then maybe because I was driving through there a lot, yeah, because when I found myself in Boston Township trying to get to somewhere, I hated it. So it had some kind of, oh my God, that's, that explains it. I had a problem where it was after I drove through there. Okay, wait a minute. Got to go back to that. Okay, so basically they had some kind of fucked up chemical dump that gave the people that were cleaning it up um, all kinds of sores and stuff. I had that. I went to the doctor. They couldn't figure it out. I couldn't figure it out. It took me forever to get over that. It really effed me up. And nobody told me about this place. Is that what happened to me? After all these years, I finally find out. Oh my God. All right. Now, now I know. Somehow. See, I knew it. I knew. I knew something was going on. Nobody believed me. But me being a sensitive, I had died in an accident. I was extremely sensitive when I came back. Extremely. And there were places that I loved and places that just set me off. And I couldn't go through them. I was just too sensitive to be able to deal with them. And now I know why. And everybody acted like I was the one that was nuts. But I wasn't. That was what was going on. I had a couple other people who were sensitives drive through the areas that were bothering me. One of them said that one of the areas down by River Road was they saw spirits just covering the whole area like paper dolls, like rose paper dolls, just everywhere. That the place was extremely, extremely haunted. And wow, wow, yeah, that's what ruined. That really ruined a large part of my life, you know. I mean, that really screwed my career up. You can't very well be a popular belly dancer with sores all over your body. Hmm, probably be, probably is. I wouldn't be surprised. Wow, it only took 30 some odd years. It would have been nearly 30 years. Yeah, it would have been 30 years. 30 years ago or more. Let's see. I was in my 30s. Yeah. Wow. Finally, I know. That's what it was. It had to be. Why did nobody tell me any of this? Why didn't I have this knowledge? Maybe they were suppressing it. Wow. That had such a big impact on my life. It effed me up for a long time, folks. And I became very, yeah, right around the time that I became very, very sensitive to chemicals. Yeah, probably because my immune system was so overwhelmed. Oh my God, is that what happened? Oh God, pardon me. Pardon me for getting kind of emotional. So much happened because of these things. I'm sorry. Well, here we go. The past coming up to be looked at a final time. And we're in the days of the great revealing. And now it's been revealed to me what the hell happened to me because I always wondered. Except I don't know what happened to me on that road, but I have a notion. You go into a fog. I'm hearing, yeah, that was not a building on stilts. That was a ship. Not a particularly friendly crew. That was a small ship. That wasn't a building. And what happened was I was abducted. Probably bad stuff. Do I really want to know whatever was done to me that made me so terrified of the area that whenever I sensed I was near it, I would beg people to please turn around and go back the other way. Then, of course, if I look on a map, it's like, yep, we were near it. We were near the area. Well, no, it's not making me sad, witchy. It's not making me sad. I'm glad that I know now. Thank you, people, for finally bringing this up. Yeah, like Baba Yaga. I was trying to figure that out forever. I didn't remember that there on that road. You know, I've been down that road. I didn't remember it being there. That's why I was so surprised. It's like, what the hell is it doing there? Well, it wasn't a building. And it uh, oh, witch moon. You know what? We would have been friends back then. 'Cause, I was really into the creepy stuff too. Well, we're just finding out what's going on. Yeah. As long as it isn't crawling up and biting me. Speaking of that, my neighbor just informed me I heard some very weird noises outside, but I couldn't figure out what it was. It turns out they've been doing stuff. Oh, geez, I'm going to have to be so careful. Exterminators. They had the exterminators out for some reason. Now, chances are it was just one of the couches had bed bugs or something, because honestly, folks, here in Ohio, we have had a um, epidemic of bed bugs, and particularly in senior places and apartment building areas has been a bed bug epidemic. So chances are it was bed bugs. Um, but they spread very, very easily, which is one of the reasons why I stay in my home. I don't sit out there. See, we have a TV out in the lobby that you can sit and watch. I don't sit and watch it. It gets all kinds of channels, and a lot of people sit out there and watch it. They're probably getting bit. You're so confused with what is going on, or are you finding out? Okay, Chloe, exactly what part don't you understand? I was abducted, apparently, and I had a horrible medical condition that nobody could figure out, rash, and here we're finding out what it probably most likely was, because I lived right in the area where this. I mean, I lived in a place that was near enough that I drove through that area all the time, or around that area. And but when I drove through the Bath area, I had such a terrible feeling. But see, I was out in nature a lot. I like to get out and walk around a lot in nature. Um, well, probably there's bed bugs in our building. I don't have anything now, Chloe. What the sores were all over my body was from a long time ago. That was like 30 years ago. Okay. So no, Chloe's still confused. Okay. Long time ago when I was working. When I wasn't working, the time I wasn't working, I like to spend outdoors. I would go to different park and recreation areas and hike around. It was how I stayed fit. I really liked communing with nature. Okay. And and now I realize why it was always so quiet in the woods is because um, I had Sasquatches shadowing me all. They showed me. So so many things were going on that I didn't understand back then. I would love to have had an explanation, but had no explanation. And one of them was sores covering me. Started getting sores. I started getting sick. And here now I find just now, like 30 some years ago, went back when I was doing that, where when I was back driving through that and going through that area and hiking around in there, that there was a chemical dump that the people who were trying to fix it got these sores all over them. But apparently they weren't telling anybody that. They weren't telling people that. They just closed the place down. But now it's in the history books. Now it's in the history of the place. So, and that The time that I had missing time, like hours of missing time, I was probably being abducted. And it was in a very haunted location, is that location is known to be haunted, and that's why it was creeping me out so bad. That there were certain places that after I died, okay, I became very sensitive. I died more than 35 years ago. Let's see. Yeah, maybe more like 40 years ago. 30, yeah. I had my near death experience. So after that, I was very, very sensitive. I was getting all kinds of visions. I had all kinds of strange things happening to me. And I became very sensitive to everything. And I mean everything. And particularly anything supernatural. So, yeah, Sasquatch, I think they were trying to protect me. Yeah, because they said they know me since I was a kid and they like to hang around me. And the times when I thought I was just talking to nature and the trees, I was actually talking to them. How about that? But no, they really like they love me. No, they say they love me. They just love me because I was always really kind and really um cared a lot. Well, Witchy, we got to have you on sometime to tell us all about it. And so, of course, they never let me know they were there because they're not supposed to, but they were always around. And when I would sing out in the woods. A lot of times I would take my guitar out to the woods and practice because I didn't want people to hear me all till I got better. They loved it. It was like a concert. Oh, you talk to the spirit in the cornfields? Me too. Oh, geez. Yeah, the cornfield was where I had that incident where something was following me and I heard it tracing my footsteps. And I told it I was too damn tired to be afraid, and if it was going to do something to me, I might as well do it because I was too damn tired and in pain to run. And it was going to catch me anyway, so might as well just do it. At which point it just gave up because that was no fun. But yeah, to them, I'm kind of legendary because of that. It's like, oh, the human's not going to run. Human's not going to turn around. I resisted that command. It was like they were saying, it's like something was saying, turn around, turn around, turn around. It's like, no, no, I'm not. I have just enough energy to get to the car. I'm in lots of pain. I know, and something wanted me to run, and it's like, I'm not going to run. You can either do whatever it is you're going to do. I'm not running. Okay. I'm just walking to my car and I'm not going to turn around. And I found out later, one of the messages I got was like, damn, do you have balls of steel? No, I was just in that much pain and I was that tired. It's like, I didn't give a fuck. Yeah, okay, you're going to kill me. Just go ahead and kill me. I'm not going to put myself through the pain of running. I'm too tired and I'm too hurting because my body hurt all over because I still had those sores all over me. And my body was trying to that's why that's how probably I got the fibro then. Oh god. Well, I think the cornfield one was probably Dog Man because they haunt cornfields. Because then I heard a story from two Ohio guys who were right in that area in a cornfield, and what he did turn around, and it was Dog Man. Had the same thing happen to him. He turned around, and it was Dog Man, but he was in a lot better shape than I was. He ran like hell. And somehow in these stories, people always run like hell from this huge dog man. Dog man never catches them. Oh, come on. Dog man could easily catch them if he wanted to. But for some reason, something in me said, don't turn around, because I was hearing, turn around, run, turn around, but it wasn't me. I knew it wasn't me saying that. But there was another voice in my head saying, nah, don't turn around. Don't do it. And I didn't. If I would have turned around, I probably would have seen a dog man. And oh God. Oh my God. Because what they like to do, same thing that happened to me, this guy was describing, walking through a cornfield from an event that I went to. It was a sweat lodge, I think, on somebody's land. And in order to get to the car, I took a shortcut through a cornfield. And this was way out in the sticks, way out in the sticks. But I had a good sense of direction. I knew about where the car was, so I took a shortcut. And as I was walking, I heard something walking. It was like in those cartoons where, something's walking and they're walking exactly in time with you, but something with a lot bigger footsteps. And when I'd stop, it'd stop. And when I'd start to walk again, it would walk, and you can hear that, and you can sense that something's watching you. And I'm like, shit, something's watching me. Feels like it's big too. And like I said, I was getting this turn around. And it was like, don't turn around. And then it was like, run. It's like, no. Yeah, there was something else that was going, no, don't run. Um, but really, most of it was just that I was in such pain and I was so tired, I just didn't care. I will get like that. I will get so tired and in pain that it's just like, okay, if I'm gonna die, I'll just die. I don't care. Because really, I know where I'm going. I had the near death experience. It didn't scare me. Oh, if you're gonna kill me, you can just kill me. hmm So I was just like, I've been in that situation before. You know what? Sometimes it kind of saves your life. Because if it's something that wants that fear, and you don't have it, it's starved, basically. But I'd learned how to starve things like that. You just can't show any fear. You've got to suppress all that in some situations. And I mean, there are even humans that are invaded by these things that get like that. And if you suppress your fear and all your negative emotions, which is the loosh that they feed on, they get worn out and they just let go. They just let go. Fine. And I had to do that many times. So I learned that. I learned to be completely impassive when somebody was threatening to. I had I remember I was a street musician when I was a street musician. It was, during one of the quieter times. 3 great big tall guys, they had to be basketball players, came down to my street corner and said, "Are you a Christian? 'Cause if you're not a Christian, we're gonna smash your face." And they looked like they were gonna smash my face. And they said, I said, "Well, I believe in Jesus. I believe," because I did. And, they said, "Well, can you know," and so this is supposed to be the test for which is sing, what is that? "I once was lost and now I'm found," you know that one? Oh, Amazing Grace, yeah. So I sang a little bit of Amazing Grace, but I was just totally, and now some people would be terrified of these guys surrounding them, 3 huge treetop guys, tall guys, surrounding them saying, if we're not satisfied that you're enough of a Christian the way that we want you to be, we're gonna rough you up." Now this is a lady that they were doing this to, and I'm thinking, and you know what I said to him? I said, you realize, of course, that this is not what he taught. You realize, of course, that Jesus would not want you doing this." And then I quoted, I can't remember what the verse is now, but then I knew what it was the one about where Jesus said, "Don't do it," where his disciples came and said, "We beat this guy up because he wasn't one of your fans." And Jesus said, "Why'd you do that? You're not supposed to do that." That's basically the gist of it. Well, I quoted that one. And so, but then that very night, they got into an argument with some other guy. His name was Brian Bean, I remember. And they smashed him in the head, and Brian fell on the, and we have brick streets down in that area. It's an old part of town. It's a historical part down by the train tracks. They smashed him in the head, and he was lying in the middle of the street with blood coming out of his ears. And I remember that. And we had to call for an ambulance, and the police were there, and I had to fill out a report. Oh my gosh. They weren't kidding. They were out to hurt somebody. These Christian guys were out to hurt somebody. Isn't that awful that they thought that that was the way to do it? It's awful. Right. Well, I know Yeshua ben Joseph, Yusuf, Yeshua ben Yusuf, who is now called Sananda, I guess, and in his ascended form. Um, but when he was on earth, it was Yeshua ben Yusuf. So, yeah. So, yeah, I remember. And the worst part about it was he was a music student and fucked up his ears. He was bleeding out the ears, fucked up his ears for a while. It was awful. That happened right down on the streets of Kent. Everybody thinks of it as being just kind of everybody had it in their heads that it was pretty safe there, that it's just a kind of a bucolic, and it was, I guess, at one point, but it just kind of a homey old town, college town, though. you know, with a lot of old-fashioned buildings and an old train, that they took they took a couple of the cars, made it a restaurant, I think, yeah. Anyway, so, just, a little quaint historical place, but it's not. There's a lot more to Kent than that, and I know all about it. And there's an underground under Kent too. And the basements are haunted. There was one basement that was so damn haunted nobody would go down there. In one of these places, it was like every time I remember, what's that? Yeah, there was a shop I worked at, Earth Tones. I worked there as a psychic. That place was haunted by a woman. She smelled like roses. She had rose oil all over her. You get this strong smell of roses, and we just called her Rosie, um, who haunted the place. And then there were a couple of different places that people would not go in the basement because it was just too scary. It's too frightening. Weird stuff would happen, and the feeling was so eerie. So, yeah, well, that's what I mean by, I know, that's what I mean by Ohio is a spooky place. If you guys, there is nothing normal about it. I grew up, I was in a haunted place my whole life, right up until I moved here. This was the very first place I've ever been that wasn't haunted. And that's only because I think because it's new, fairly new. It doesn't have a lot of history. Because if it did, it would probably uh, have problems too. Yeah, it would probably be hunted too because everywhere else is. But I'm wearing the bracelet. This bracelet, I got it from Temu, and I got it really cheap from Temu, really cheap. And it has beads on it. The beads are said to be for help for empathic people because it's to help empathic people from being so affected. Okay. And I've got to say that since I've been wearing it, it feels pretty good. It feels pretty good. So it's called the Empath bracelet, and I'm trying to remember what all it has. Hematite. I think it has hematite, magnetite, moonstone, labradorite, rose quartz, amethyst. I believe that's sugilite and larvikite. And I'm betting that then is obsidian, black obsidian. The black beads are probably black obsidian. So, yeah, and so this is supposed to be protection for empaths. I might make a few with that combination myself. You guys probably need them. You guys probably need these. Oh yeah, it's haunted AF. It is. It definitely is. Whole area is haunted. Is all get out. Well, there was a spiritualist camp right down the road. And then there's Towner's Woods, where the Indian burial mound is, just right down the road, within minutes. These places are just minutes away. Indian burial mound, old spiritualist camp that's abandoned. Um, whatever was going on underground. Supposedly there were speakeasies under there uh, during Prohibition, under the buildings, and a lot happened down there. So, and then, like I said, other places, I mean, everywhere you go in Ohio, something happened, okay. The only reason this place is pretty quiet, I think, is because there isn't much here. It's a swamp, not a swamp, a bog. I'm in a bog. I'm on the edge of the bog. That's why it's quiet here. Nobody much around. It's rather new. Nothing going on here much right in this particular area. So, oh yeah, the Underground Railroad, and I guess on my mom's side we were involved in the Underground Railroad. So, although I don't know a whole lot about it, my mother told me a few stories and she never mentioned exactly Underground Railroad, but that's exactly what was going on. The stuff she described was exactly Underground Railroad and the kind of people, her her grandmother, exactly the kind of person, a very religious Native American who had been who had married an Anglo man, okay, European man, and um, so took his religion. But the very religious, a lot of the religious people would help the black people, would help the black slaves that were escaping. That was very common. They were quite often religious people. So religion isn't all bad. It's just how people practice it. Um, yeah. So yeah, here I am in Ohio, and what, 40 years later, I found out what happened to me. Well, that's nice. That's how everything is. I had all these really freaking weird things happen to me when I was younger. No explanation, nothing, no explanation. Everybody thinking I'm the weird one. Oh, you're so weird. You always have this stuff happen to you. And you always think there must be some kind of supernatural thing or some kind of, you know what? There is. There is. There is something going on here all the time. And people who have been in Ohio know that. People who've lived here know that. People who've lived in Ohio know damn well. Hmm. It's like, absolutely not. I'm not the crazy one here. There's shit going on here. And it's not just me, but you learn not to mention it. And I think that's a lot of places. You learn not to mention it. It's just one of those things that it happens, but you keep it under your hat because you don't talk about. You just don't want to talk. It's like the people who have UFOs flying over their houses up on the lakeshore up there. Um, in this one area up near the Great Lakes Triangle, they're always seeing them, and they just like keep it in their back pocket and don't talk about it. Because what's the use? It's only going to make trouble. Yeah. Yep. Well, that's what everybody does. I'm telling you right now. We got everything here. Everything. Yes, me? We got it all. We got it all. If I'm being honest, we have ETs. Oh yeah. Lizard folks? Oh sure, yeah. I've run into them. Yeah. There was one guy that was a mean ass one too. Um, you gotta stay away from those. The ones that are the mean lizards in human skins, you want to stay the hell away from those guys. They'll hurt you. They usually have a bunch of people in their thrall, you know? They have a bunch of servants, minions. They have a bunch of mind controlled people. They can get by with whatever they want to do because they have them kind of mind controlled. I ran afoul of one of them. They don't like it when they cannot control you, when they cannot control your thoughts. So, B. Freeman, you can talk to me, but don't you dare say this stuff to anyone else or you're going to be crazy. That's right. Yep, fucking lizard people. And some of them are relatively benign, and some of them are evil as hell, mean as fuck. And there's one of them that was around that just was awful. And he had so many people under his control. Mind control. They can, a weaker person, a person with a weaker mind, they can get in your mind and fuck around with you. Some of those people, some of them. I don't know. I don't think all of them, but some of them for sure. Yeah, they're assholes. A lot of them are assholes. Like I said, I met one of the lizards who was actually a nice guy, but weird. Very weird. And actually nice. He helped me. He was my friend. He helped me. And he told me what he was. So I think he might have been the other kind. But still, you have to be careful. And he still had a way of convincing people of things. And I seem to be partially immune to all that stuff. So I must have been a real pain in the ass. What about the type with the scratched out eye holes? Scratched out eye. I don't remember if I've run into them. I don't remember it. Lizard people? Lizard people? Oh, black eyed kids. No, that wouldn't be the same. The black eyed kids have eyes, but they're just solid black, no white. Black-eyed kids, I've heard of them around here too. I've heard of the stories of them. Don't let them in. Don't let them anywhere near you, in fact. Yeah, you should be, Freeman. What are we talking about? Type with the scratched out eye holes. What do they look like? Are you talking a type of lizard person, type of ghost, the type of cryptid, some kind of, what are you talking about? Shadow people. We got it all here. We got everything. Uh, like I said, pa- we're para weird here all the time. It's just common. It's just all the time. We're paranormal. Take me down to Paranormal City. Okay. Well, B. Freeman, I would love to see that. So, wow. You guys, I'm so thankful that you've cleared up in one night just talking about this stuff. I never hear anybody talking about it on the others. I never heard about some of these things on any of the other shows. Maybe I'll do a show particularly on some of these. Oh. I'm going to tell you. You know what Uncle Roger says? Mud Fossil University Roger. When they want to hide something, they build a golf course on top of it. There's a golf course right down there, right before you get to Peninsula. What do you want to bet? Oh, oh, wow, that sounds nasty. Whoops. Anybody know about that guy? Uh, you had a bad week or month, gangsters and guns, and you go toning them with elemental magic. Me too. Oh, you're running around with guns? I'm gonna have spirits up your butt. Yep. I could do it. I could do it. Yeah, like I said, they're not gonna do that around here. They're not gonna come with their gun. What if we came to your place? Oh, what if we came to your place? Oh, what a ride you'd have, mister, let me tell you. Rednecks with guns up your butt. That's just the beginning. Just the beginning. Because I do much more scary things than that, you know. Yeah. Golf courses, yep. Yeah, don't fuck around. Just don't do it. I don't want anybody to have to find out what I would do. Don't piss me off. Don't come at me. Don't threaten me. Don't do it. Don't because not only will I not give you the fear response that you want, so that you crave so desperately, you're you're liable to get your mind hurt really bad, even worse than your body. Okay, I already have the answer to this ahead of time, but B, has this then something that happened to you your entire life? Oh yeah, I had enough at birth. Okay, God, yeah. Yeah, there were weird things surrounding my birth and my mother and my father and my God, of course there are, because I can't do anything normal. I can't even come into the world normally. So you met this guy with scratched out eyes, and you said, "Oh, that looks cool. Yeah, that sounds like me. That sounds like something I'd do." It's probably exactly what I'd do. Just like, "Oh, well, that's cool," because that's what kind of the way I treated everything else that showed up. That's how I treated the lizards. That's how I treated the giant praying mantis. That's how, "Oh, that's interesting. Wow, that's cool." Yeah. It's amazing what happens when you don't show fear. Yeah, fuck around and find out. Don't mess with the magical types. They're they're worse than they'll mess with you worse than Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee'll just hurt your body. Your mind could get bent. Um, in my case, I kept a halberd, a Spanish halberd, by the door. You come into my place, and I don't know if you've ever seen a old Spanish halberd antique. It has spikes everywhere. It's sharp. It's like, but I didn't sharpen it. It was the kind that was supposed to go on a wall, but it doesn't matter. It was still metal. And no matter how I swung that thing, it was going to hurt you. On the front was a big moon-shaped blade. On the back was a smaller, what did they call that? Sort of a triangle shaped blade. And on the top was a spike like a spear point, was like a spear tip. So it was blade, 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 like in any direction you swung that thing, somebody was going to get hurt. So I used to keep that by the door. One day I needed it too. There was a riot in the courtyard and I went out with it. Cleared the courtyard pretty fast. You don't expect a black hooded figure with a Spanish halberd to come out in the middle of a riot, do you? Yep. Yeah, that was a legend. I heard about it the next day on the bus. I was riding the bus and guys were talking about, "Did you hear what they saw? This big guy with a axe." Called it a battle axe. It's a halberd. It's a really cool weapon. I hope I still have it. I hope it came with me. I don't remember seeing it since I got here. I hope I still have that thing. It was cool. Hope nobody stole it. So, yeah, well, I didn't have a gun. There were other people with guns, though. I had neighbors with guns. My neighbors had guns. So, actually, I had a PTSD war vet next to me for a long time. The apartment next to me threatened to kill one of my friends that knocked on the wrong door. She never knocked on the wrong door again. I warned her, don't knock on the wrong door in my neighborhood. Back then, yeah. But, we had a respect for each other, and so he was okay. And then the guy upstairs, a lot of people were scared of, we had a respect for each other. We were cool. Some people were afraid of him, but he was actually a pretty nice guy. And then had a lot of wild parties, so that guy. Sweet, sweet heart, though, really. Um, so really not a bad guy. But then we had the the woman who was, shall we say, a lady of the evening who um, brought home a man who held her up with a gun, held her hostage with a gun. We had that. We had the guy who died in the apartment across the way, and that was when I just moved in. One of the first things that happens, one of my friends comes over to pick me up and says, "Why is your yard full of policemen?" And I'm like, "My yard is full of policemen?" So I look, and sure enough, out the front window, place is full of policemen. I'm like, "Holy Ghost, what the heck is going on?" They had the door open of the apartment across, kind of catty-cornered from mine, the middleman. It was really the maintenance place, and was where the maintenance man, and apparently they were letting him live there in return for him fixing the place up, taking care of the place. So he had gotten himself drunk and just died in there. Well, for a whole month before that, there was this tree out back that was filled with blackbirds, and there was this weird smell. And the lady next door said, "I don't know. I keep I've cleaned everything, I've deodorized everything, but there's still this smell." Well, it took them a month to find this guy. And the blackbirds knew. The crows were all sitting out on the crows and ravens full of murder of crows. Whole murder of crows were sitting on this tree, just covering this tree. And I'm like, that's a very bad sign. But see, it was on the side where the dumpster was, in between the alleyway there. So people just figured it was something coming from the dumpster when they smelled something. But then they opened that door and it's like, whoosh. Oh my God. Hmm. Yeah. Well, I guess he was kind of sick too. He wasn't well. And he just drank himself to death, drank himself down. Probably was already weakened from being sick, and then he drank a lot and just took himself out. Wow. Maybe that's what happened to the scratched out eyes guy, James Ortiz, something like that. But anyway, yeah, that was when I first got there. Those things happen like right away. I was living in a very weird place, and that people, everybody would deny that stuff like that happened in Kent. Kent was such a nice town. How could anything like that be happening? But they also denied that there were homeless people, although we had homeless people. It was quite obvious. I was within a couple blocks of the soup kitchen. Obviously, we had homeless people living under the bridge, of course, because you live under the bridge because then you don't get rained on all the time. And on and on and on and on and on and on. All kinds of things about the area that nobody wants to admit to. And then the hobo settlement off the railroad tracks, down the railroad tracks up north. You'd follow the tracks up north a long way and you'd come to a hobo settlement, Tent City. Yep. So, and there were people that would be riding on the bus and they'd be talking about, they'd be talking kind of under their breath about it. "Oh, well, I don't live in an apartment during the summer. I live out there, like outside. We have like, and it's a nice place. People are, kind of respect each other and, nice place for hobos." But basically, this person was working, had a job, went to work every day, but was saving up their money for the winter so they could afford a nice place in the winter. They would save up their money by living outside all summer because you can kind of do that in Ohio. The summers are pretty good here. So, and there aren't that many dangerous animals. We're not like Australia or something. At least not near the towns. There are some out farther, like coyotes and stuff, but there aren't really that many dangerous animals like puma and deer and whatever. I mean, we have deer. What am I saying? Like 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 lions and cougars. That's what I'm trying to think of. I guess there are still a few cougars here and there out in the wilds, though not um, not too close to town. But there are coyotes and foxes and stuff like that. I don't hear a bears. Deer's like nobody's business. Deer's all over the place. Deer's just running free, like, you know, all over the place, running in front of cars. Yeah, the alleys near the free needle places are, you betcha they are. Yeah. Like I said, I live very near the, soup kitchen. Right behind there was the rec building, recreation building, and a lot of people hung out there too, which was right across the street from the school. These places were all very close to each other. Well, we don't have too many criminals here with guns because we have too many rednecks with guns. The public's armed here, around here. We're armed, largely. So we don't have as many criminals with guns here because we have citizens with guns. Criminals with guns wouldn't stand a fucking chance. Not to say that they don't do it from, sometimes. Not to say that it never happens. We did have a drive-by shooting while I was living. People didn't believe me about that either. We had a drive-by shooting. They missed. They hit the wall instead of the people. The people managed to dodge. Yeah, the parks near schools are full of hobos. Exactly. I tried to tell them that too, because there was a little woods behind where I lived, between where I lived and the school, which was right across that area. Right across the little woods was the school. And I tried to tell them that there were hobos living in there, and people wouldn't believe me. And I said, well, they got their hobo lays, which you know what, they take a bag of garbage and use it to lay on. Hobo lays through there. Well, they didn't believe it until a little girl and her mom were hiking through there, and the girl was up ahead of her mom, and here these two weirdos were trying to lure her in. They were having sex, the two guys. They were having sex, and they were trying to lure her to come over and join them. And then after that, we called the police, and after that incident, they it was really hard for me though. They chopped down all the trees. They chopped down the woods. It was really hard for me to see that. I mean, I understood why they did it, kind of. Yeah, but they're always full of hobos. Yeah, that's true. You want to find out where some of the homeless are, you look right there. That's where they are. One time they almost burned it down. They tried to start a fire in there and it was too close. Uh, but you know how drunks are. They think they can do stuff that they can't quite do. Anyway, well, that was where I was. And nobody knew that that area can't, it's like really, people think that Ken is a nice place. Nothing like that could ever happen. How could that ever be? Oh, yeah. And that's why a lot of them, oh, it was perfect place. Because right across the street from my place was, for a long, long time, a giant eagle that was open until like way late. Not all night, not quite all night, but really late. So they could go get booze whenever they wanted to. And they go, you know, they'd get themselves drunk and then they go over there and get more. If they didn't have enough money, they'd steal something or whatever and get some money and go over there and get more. Um, I tried to tell him. There was one old lady that had her pushed in, air conditioner unit pushed in her window. She was unprepared and they got into her place. She was unprepared, but yeah. So yeah, we had all that stuff. We had all that stuff. Nobody believed me about that either. How crazy. Crazy. So yeah, even though I wasn't in a big town, big city, small towns have their problems too. However, a lot of times, like I said, just like the song, smaller towns, they also have citizens who know how to handle these things. Just like the song, try that in a small town. Yeah, we got hunters because we got so many parks around. We got hunters with guns, we have police with guns, we have rednecks just with guns just for the heck of it. I mean, just because rednecks always have guns, they just do. They love their guns. It's just normal for them to have guns, right? I mean, I got rednecks on my mom's side of the family. It's normal for them to have guns. They don't think a thing of it. But like I said, I felt kind of safe with that guy living next door to me because he would just come right up in your face with a gun. He was a vet. He'd come right up. He'd be holding his gun, and he'd say to people, "Look, I don't know you. If you don't get off the stoop, I'm going to blow your head off." Yep, kind of made me feel safe because, of course, he wasn't after me. He kind of liked me. We were okay with each other. He wasn't friendly or not cuddly at all, not friendly really, but he wasn't hostile. So we're on decent terms. I was on decent terms with most people. As a matter of fact, I was kind of the mediator when people were having disputes. They'd kind of say, "Okay, what do you think of this?" They'd kind of look to me to be the one that would be very reasonable and see if I could come up with a solution, like, mom, you know, type of solution. Okay, well, how about if we do this? Would that make everybody happy? That kind of thing. So I got a lot of um I got a lot of that kind of experience. What would you call that? Counseling experience. Like a mediator because uh I didn't just because I didn't want the place to get shut up. I didn't want people to get killed anymore. I was kind of, hey guys, how about if we do this? Nobody has to nobody has to get roughed up. Sometimes it worked. And of course, I fed a lot of people and helped a lot of people. So they might steal from me, but they weren't allowed to hurt me. They weren't allowed to hurt me. People wouldn't let them get by with that. Steal from me, though. Yeah, sure. That's nothing, right? Call the police and report it for as much as it's going to do anything. You're never going to have anything recovered, ever. So what's the point? You're not going to get it back. There's a whole underground system of where your stuff is going. And they've got it down to a science, really. That stuff gets sold within a day or so of it getting stolen. So sometimes they'll even try to sell it back to you through the thrift. They'll sell it to one of the thrift shops through the like estate sales and stuff. They'll just grab it, put it all in an estate sale, and sell it to the thrift shops. You find your stuff at a thrift shop or so, somebody's yard sale. You could find your stuff. Oh, are you missing your stuff? It's probably going to be at somebody's yard sale. So, or the thrift shop. Anyway, that pretty much is Kent as far as the underside of it. But the top side, of course, is the students and the bar district, where really was used to be a lot of fun. We had a dollar theater. We had Wild Wings, where you could get a deal on wings and a drink. Which, when they moved, it got very expensive there, so I haven't been there hardly since. But it used to be real cheap to just go down and get yourself some wings and a drink, then saunter on up to the movie, on a Wednesday, see the dollar movie. It was great. It was a great Wednesday. Wednesdays were just lovely. I loved it. And then they had all of these quaint little shops and things, for the tourists. And then the college people, which were very entertaining. you, you would see something crazy going on all the time. I mean, you'd be walking through town and or driving through town. And hard though to drive through town because the students would just wander across the street aimlessly. Like they expect you to just stop. They've always done that. Now with the cell phones, it's even worse. You know, it's like as they got the cell phones, it got even worse. It got to the point where you really had to be careful that you didn't mow them down because they were all into their cell phones. Ah, yeah, the pawn shops. Yeah, we don't have pawn shop in town, but we do up the road. Yep. Uh, yeah. Uh, I had so much stuff, so much. Yep. Well, oh well. Walk down memory lane. And as I think of my old place, I don't miss it at all. As a matter of fact, every time Jason lived there for a while, and his mother did too. And every time Jason will sometimes tease me. He'll go, "Yeah, well, if ever things go bad here, you can always go back to the other place." I was like, "Jason, I'm going to shoot you myself." I would well, I would rather camp out in the woods. Mm. Wow, so many stars. Oh, nice. Well, if any of them are moving, wave. Wave at them. Yes, wishing everybody good health. Hey, Alexander. Yeah. Yeah. The Epstein list went public, but they redacted. Bill Clinton is John Doe 63 or something like that. They redacted a lot of it. Why would they redact it? Oh, sure. Anybody got anything they want to say? I'll put the link up. Got any stories you want to come in and tell or anything like that? There you go. Yep. So yeah, but but they are redacting the names of some rather prominent people. So they're not going to let the full story come out. Oh yeah, I agree. They need to be arrested and put in fucking jail. Right. Yeah. It's like, in other words, America, wake up. All these people are doing all these illegal things, and they're not getting in any trouble for it at all. Not at all. Now, if it was you or me, it would be very different, wouldn't it? If it was somebody without the big name, they'd be in trouble. But no, it's if you got the right last name, you're gonna be fine. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to see here. Keep moving. Hmm. Wow, huh? Well, we can make it what we want it. It's coming more and more under our control. As we're breaking ourselves free, it's going to be in our power. So, how are we going to do this? Are we going to create that these people are going to get caught and prosecuted and brought to justice? Alexander's coming in. Hang on, we'll get you in. There we go. You're on.
Hey, the ocean, can you hear me?
Hi, Alexander.
Yeah,
How you doing?
doing good. Yeah, doing good. I see. I'm happy. The list coming out. Some people told that the list is not gonna come out, but the list did came out. Now everybody's talking about it. I see a lot of live stream going through the list. It's all over on Instagram. So this is gonna be waking more people up, get people angry. Um,
Oh
for
yeah.
everything to stop. So we knew about the list. The list already came out 4 years ago, but now it's going public. You know,
Yep.
and yeah, there's a lot
And
of
and
people.
the funny thing
Yeah.
is we know at least one name is not on the list.
Oh yeah, the 45, the 40, and it was said too. The 45.
45 ain't on there.
No, 45 is not. I saw who Biden is there, the Obama so is there, and even Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, also is there. A lot of artists. Oprah, I heard yesterday or was 2 days ago, Oprah tried to escape and they caught her. She had $100 million on her, and but they caught her. So she's also on the list. Yeah.
I
So
didn't
there is
hear
people.
that.
Yeah, that you're not gonna be finding on the news. But yeah, Oprah tried to escape and they caught her with $100 million. Yeah.
Wow. Wow. I
Yeah.
hope they take it off of her and force her to pay for Lahaina.
Oh yeah,
Lahaina.
Lahina. No, it's a list. It's Lahaina. It's the her school, girls' school in South Africa. Also, the man that she was involved with, friend that she put high up. That man went to jail right now. His name is John Hand of God. That's what he called
Oh
himself.
yeah, John of God. I remember that. Yeah. A little bit. I'm not really much for the gossip stuff, but I remember a little bit about that.
Yeah, well, he's in
Well,
jail right
yeah,
now.
she's been linked to, she's been around to some shady deal. Yeah, she sure had. There's been some
Yeah,
shady things going on with her.
yeah.
Absolutely.
So these people are going to be able to walk the street like a lot of the talk show hosts. Jimmy Kimmel was making fun of it, but he's also on the list. That's why. Um,
Oh, Jimmy
so yeah,
Kimmel's on the list too.
yeah.
That
It's Jimmy
doesn't
Kimmel. Also,
surprise me at all.
there's a lot of celebrities that win there that I didn't like. Akon, he's the singer. He's also win there. Chris Tucker win there. Then yeah, you have Obama, Beyonce, Jay Z. Them, that's expected. But
Oh, I would expect all of them on there. That's really no shock at all.
no,
Not at all. Not even at all. Because I would be, but the one that I think is going to hurt people is finding Tom Hanks on there.
oh yeah, Tom Hanks, but he was
That's one of the
already.
ones that's going to.
What I heard,
Well,
Tom Hanks, they eliminate him already. The one now that we're seeing is his brother. What I
his
understand, his
brother.
brother looks very
Yeah,
like him. It's his brother. That's why he
looks
escaped
just like him.
to Greece. To Greece because there they don't see pedophilia as something bad. He has a disorder or something. so they don't go hard on you. In Greece, Greece has a big history with shenanigans. Let me put it that way.
Oh boy. Well,
Yes.
honestly, people, I was just saying, I am told this is by my spirit guides, actually, by my intuition, I guess, or my spirit guides, or however that happens, that all of a sudden this thought is in my head and it turns out to be right. And so it's going to be right this time too. I'm really pretty sure about it. I'm hearing that there's things that are even going to shock us, even though we know a lot.
Well,
There's
that
going to be stuff that,
I don't think I already look at the darkest shit about them, so I don't think I can be shocked. I was shocked in
I don't
2010 when
think it's so either, but
the
apparently
world.
we're wrong. There is more. There's even
Well,
more.
that wouldn't be surprised, but yeah, I don't think it would be hard to shock me. Um,
Yes, it would be
yeah,
very hard. Me too.
I know with what I heard is with the first arrest, that is gonna shock a lot of people, which I would think it would be Oprah. When Oprah is, well, she got arrested already, but when it goes public, that's gonna shock a lot of people. Like people are gonna believe that she is also involved in that. You know, she's like a goody goody woman, good give advice, love helping
Oh
people,
yeah,
all of
gave
that.
away all this stuff and how generous she is and how wonderful she is and bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh
yeah.
yeah, that's gonna
So
hurt a lot of people. I know my
yeah,
friend Paul was really hurt about the time when I told him about Tom Hanks. He said, "I hope that's not true." I said, "I'm sorry, my friend, but it is. It is true." You know,
it is.
he's-
Yeah, a lot of people are not gonna believe with Tom Hanks, Oprah, or yeah, Madonna's a bit crazy already. But a lot of
Madonna.
people,
Yeah, we already know about her.
Jim Carrey, he also went to the island. Jim Carrey, he's also on the list. Uh,
Oh, what a shame!
yeah,
What a
Jim
shame
Carrey.
about him.
Yeah, he seems like good, but I think he's sold. Well, you don't sold your soul because the devil or the Satan owns your soul, but you sold your body. So basically, you sold your body to them.
Yeah, I think he's tried to. I think he's tried to bring it up when he did that bit on somebody's show
Oh,
about
you're
the
right.
all
You're
mocking
right.
tongue.
It was on Jimmy Kimmel's self. Jimmy Kimmel. It was on Jimmy Kimmel. And Jimmy Kimmel
Yeah,
was like trying to
that's where it
ignore him.
was. Yeah, I
Yeah.
saw that. I'm like, there's more to that than he's saying. There
Yes.
absolutely is. So I'm sitting there. I'm like, okay, we're gonna find out something related to that, and sure enough.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you can say basically all the people that were attacking Trump like hard, like President 45, they were going hard on him. All of them are in that, like Robert De Niro.
Of course they are.
Robert De Niro also on the list there. Robert, and he's a great actor, but shit character seems like it.
De Niro.
He's Yeah, Robert De Niro. He's also on the list.
Yeah. Well, I believe him. I can totally believe that. Totally, totally.
How well,
Oh, by the
Michelle?
way, here's
Not
here's
you.
Cowboy to kind of cheer you guys up a little bit from all of that disgustingness. There's
Well,
Mr. Wonderful right there.
we have to face it and overcome it. Just know everything happened for a reason, and everything is stopping right now. And Michelle asked, "How do we know
Yes.
for fact anything is true?" Well, everything is documented. They have eyewitness. There were eyewitness.
Have you documented it?
It is documented.
Yeah.
Eyewitness came forward and tell everything. They mentioned Jimmy Kimmel, that Jimmy Kimmel insisted of having intercourse with them. All of it written. They were all of them hired lawyers to for them not to release it. And the judge was like, "I'm gonna think about it," but she released it. Yeah.
Oh my
So
goodness.
this has been true for the people that conspiracy world. You can say deep in the conspiracy world, we know about this already. I'm so
Yes.
happy everything is coming out right now. Finally.
Fun. Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I've been told is that this is the year we're finally gonna see it.
Yeah.
We have been waiting and waiting and waiting,
Yeah. We were
you
waiting
know.
for we were waiting on the world to catch up because the world was on a delay. And like me and you, the ocean, we do research, so we see things before it happens. And people were not at that frequency yet. We're too far off frequency with them with the information. But now with the energy coming up, and people are starting to, oh, something is not right. So the eyes start to open. You know.
Yep. And now it's really gonna be that way.
Yes.
Now it's really gonna and they're like I said, people are gonna be sickened and angry and wanting
Yes.
heads to roll. They're gonna want blood. Some of them are gonna want blood, you know that.
Yes.
Some of them don't
Yes.
forgive
No, that's
easily,
why
no.
those people are not going to be able to walk on the street. I think this is the last year we're gonna see Jimmy Kimmel on doing show. A lot of those people are gonna go. This is the
Yep.
year of change, of transformation. This is the year that we have been waiting for a long time.
Madonna's gonna be lucky if they don't hang her up in the street somewhere. They don't catch her and hang her in the street somewhere. Some of these people, but they're not going to do that because they're going to want them to go to trial. Or at least the people who are actually bringing this out want them to. On the other hand, now supposedly, actually, a lot of these people have been offed in the background. They've already been uh, sent to what they're calling Gitmo,
You're right.
Galactic Git. Oh, now that would shock people if they'd open up what the Vatican knows. Oh, and I hope it does happen because if this is the revealing, that would be one of the things they have to be revealing. Oh, that is going to kill some people, literally.
Yeah, and
Like,
yeah, the religion, everything is gonna fall actually. Um, more people are seeing. I'm seeing that are leaving the church and looking for God elsewhere. You can say. So I
oh
think,
yeah,
yeah, people are gonna be realizing that you don't have to go to church. Communicate with God. Part of God is
leaving
in us.
religion and coming to God.
Yes, yes, basically. Yes, Chloe, it's about time. Yeah, the Vatican has a lot. The Vatican has also under the Vatican there are chambers, ritual chambers. It's big under the Vatican too. What I understand, there was the Vatican has the biggest library in the world, but also they had a lot of gold, silver that they collected over the centuries. And what I understand, those has been confiscated. Now, when
Mm,
it's gonna come out, I don't know. That's for further off, I think. It's going in
yeah.
steps, you know. Now everybody's gonna be exposed that are into that shit. So we have to build a new way of living. And I think the new way of
Whole new
living is,
paradigm.
yeah, by 2026, we're gonna have, yeah, a new paradigm, a new way of living, interacting, everything in
I'm
2026.
fine with that. I am so fine with it. I'm ready for a change.
Mm. This year is a transformational year. Yeah.
There you go. I changed my background. Make waves.
Make way. Yeah, we're
Yeah,
making way for the truth and justice.
exactly. That was my company when I was doing the little mini movies, Make Waves company. Make Waves production.
Mm. Oh, that's cool. That's a cool name.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the sentiment. Make waves. You guys know exactly what I mean when I say that. Wow. Well, Alexander, I gotta say, it's gonna be like I said. I gotta get the popcorn out. I gotta keep popcorn handy.
If
You know,
if it's a year
and I'm
to get
getting to the
popcorn, it's this year.
huh?
If it's a year to get popcorn, it's this year.
Yes, get out the popcorn.
You,
Get out the popcorn and watch the crazy people. Yeah, honestly, because frankly, to me now, it's not shocking so far. Some of it's sickening, it's disgusting, but it's not shocking. But I guess there are going to be some things we're going to be disgusted and shocked that are even beyond what we know of. And I think it's probably going to have a lot to do with I think it's going to have a lot to do with what goes on underground.
oh, that part. There's
Yes.
still, what I understand, there's still battle going on the ground. There's one I know for sure that is going on the ground in Iceland. But what I understand, the good guys are winning. It's almost over. That battle has been going on for, I think, a month right now, weeks. Yeah,
Yeah.
for a month for sure. So yeah, there's still battle going on the ground, which has to do with trafficking and adrenochrome, all of that. I think that is gonna come out last for people. Maybe that's gonna be shocking people. I don't know. Or yeah, I don't want to see the pictures of it, what they do under there. That I don't know. That would be bring my energy real down. Ugh, if I see pictures of all or something.
Or if you see even the aftermath of what's going on over there, it'd be horrible. That I've heard some stories and it's pretty horrible.
Yes,
It's
yes.
absolutely the grossest thing. And I actually, gosh, that's another story. When we were up in Canada, I met a girl in a swimming pool. Well, we were just kids. And obviously, something was going on with her. She told me her parents were very evil people. And no, I'm not going to tell that story tonight. No, I've already told that story on the show, but she told me about her parents. Her parents were obviously part of this group.
Oh yeah.
And her sister was thinking about killing herself. And her sister, I didn't understand what was going on at the time, but now when I think about it, it makes sense. The sister was walking around in the swimming pool going, I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the older one was saying, you'll get used to it. She goes, no, I will never get used to it. I will never get used to it. I will kill myself. Oh, you'll get used to it. You have to get used to it. Look, you have to get used to it. And I was wondering what is so bad. And she said, oh, My parents are really, really evil people. You don't want to hear about it, though. There must be no connection between us at all. I would hate to see somebody nice like you get hurt. I said, uh-oh, I think it's too late because my mother is talking to your mother. She says, oh no, oh no, no, but you're so nice. I don't want to see that happen to you. They were exchanging phone numbers. I'm like, oh, they're exchanging phone numbers. She says, somehow I'll make her lose your phone number and then I'll be forgiven. I'll save you and I'll be forgiven. I said, save me? She says, yes. Oh, you must never have any connection with my parents. There must never be any connection. And I always wondered about that. She says, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Okay, I will pretend that I'm sick and have to leave now. Just forget about me. Forget you ever met me. And try to keep your mother, try to get her number off of your mother so your mother doesn't call. So, and then years later, I saw a video. I'm not going to go into all the details, but I was getting all these messages. I was getting all these pictures in my mind, very disturbing. I was trying to figure out what the hell was going on, that I would get such pictures. And just flashes of things. Of course, I would send it. I would, like did my thing, my spiritual thing, pray over it and stuff back then. And years later, see, this is always years later that I find out this stuff. Years later, I see this thing on YouTube, this new story about this child slavery ring, satanic child slavery ring that was under one of the churches, one of the Catholic churches. And there was a doorway right under the pulpit down into basically the depths of what would be hell for any child who was dragged down there, who was lured down there by these holy people and so-called holy people, and how that they were rousted. And the girl who had something to do with it, who was one of the ones who was the daughter of one of the heads of that, okay? She was his daughter. And she looked so familiar. And as she was talking, giving her interview and telling them what happened down there, but she couldn't do anything because she was a kid, and what they made her do. And she said, I had to put it in my mind like I was just a robot, just doing what they told me. I wasn't doing it because I wanted to. I was just doing it because they told me to. And I had to pretend that I was just a robot and these weren't real people. And she described some of the things that they made her do, which were some of the things that I saw and couldn't understand. Like, when I was younger, I didn't understand. It was just like little snippets of things. And I'm like, what the heck is that about? Was that from a horror film or where did that come from? It was her. And I remembered finally it was her. She looked very similar to when I met her. She looked just like an older version of that girl that I met in Canada who spoke French. who said her parents were very, very evil and did evil things, and then she talked about her sister, and I think her sister did actually kill herself. So, very, very sad. And her sister just couldn't handle it. That's what her sister was talking about. She was going to kill herself rather than do what they told her, because it was absolutely even evil and horrible, and it really hurt her soul, I guess. So then I realized that probably what I was doing all those times was maybe helping this girl to finally get to a point where she could tell on him, because she turned on him, and she got to the point where she could finally expose it. It was a big scandal. So probably I was helping her by praying for that, whoever that was would get some help.
Prayers work, and I know everything happens for a reason. I will, and because I watch a lot of past life experience of people, try to get the understanding. Um, and a lot of times, well, yeah, you have soul group of 20 or 30 people, and you go and agree with that person, for example, for the rapist, that you're going to be something like that is going to happen in your future for you to overcome. So it's there's more of a lessons of different things that we self choose to experience. Um, but all those, well, we're in the duality, but all of those things I know is starting this year. Well, it's already started, but this year is going to go way public. It's going to come to the end. But I know
Well, if it's
everything.
anything like that, there are people who are going to be so mad that they're going to want to kill. They're going to want to kill him. They're going to want to kill
Oh
him.
well, yes,
They're
that's
going to
for
want to
sure.
string him up in the streets and kill him while
Yeah, for those
kill him
things not
slowly
to
and
happen
painfully.
anymore.
I'm sure.
Yeah,
Hmm.
for those things not to happen anymore. You know, for example, if you hack the FBI, you stole something, you get like 50 years in prison, right? But if a
Hmm.
person has done like rape, they don't get long. But emotional damage is also big, right? For the person to overcome. They go on, if they lose money, that's more harmful to them than, for example, emotional damage, you know, that works on the psyche for the person. So everything that's going to be changing. Everything is going to be this year is going to be a real transformation with everything, because I know a
I think
Biden.
so, but it's going to be a nightmare for some people, and it's going to be very sad and shocking for some.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's going to be a nightmare for the pedals. Yeah, yeah, because yeah, everybody is in
absolutely.
that.
The families.
They're going.
Oh my God, that's going to be hard. That's going to be rough.
Yeah,
Oh, you turn on the part. She's got lilac lips. She's got everything. Yeah, Michelle Free. That that was me. She's got lilac lips. Yeah, I told him I wore a lilac lip liner.
yeah, yeah.
David
There's a
Bowie.
lot. David Bowie.
Yeah. Yeah. He wanted to know what makeup I wore. We're corresponding online. Well, what makeup do you wear, love? What's your skin tone like? What makeup do you wear? Back
Mm,
and forth. He was interested in that stuff. He liked makeup and stuff. And I said, well, my skin is kind of, um, I have more kind of cool tones in my skin, which I did when I was younger, a lot more. But even now, it's kind of I'm not really pink. I'm not really yellow. I'm not any. I'm more lilac. I'm more like a little bit of a purpley pink, like a purple. And that my lips, that the color that went best on my lips, that looked best on my lips was called iced lilac. And he's got a line in Blue Genie, Blue Jeans. Blue Genie, save me. That one. He's got a line in there. She's got lilac lips. She's got everything. You know, and I was telling him about my hair that was 3 different colors because I said, "Oh, I love my hair because it's, it looks like I'm a brunette when I'm just sitting around in incandescent light, but you get me under fluorescent light and it looks really blonde. And then I go out in the sun and it's red. It looks really red. So I got 3 different hair colors all in one." And he goes, "Oh, wow, it's really cool." You know, so and it's true, my hair is changeable. It's Oh. Oh. Wow. Interesting property. Yeah. Not exactly like, but slightly like the Sasquatch, isn't it?
Hmm.
Because their hair turns the color of their environment depending on the lighting and the colors around them. Wow. I never thought of it that way. But yeah, I got this amazing chameleon hair, color changing hair. You have lilac nails. I have lilac lips. Lilac lips. I do. It matched me perfect, really, when I was younger. The lilac tones, the lilac makeup, the lilac. Well, actually, it was eyeliner, but I used it on my lips because it looked better on my lips. So anyway, um, yeah, that's a side story. Ice lilac, yeah, pretty color. So it's kind of a pink purple, kind of a yeah, pinkish purple. Well, my real color is sort of a periwinkle blue. I mean, the people that I come from originally were kind of periwinkle blue people, actually. You'll see when you see them. You will probably see them eventually one day. They'll show up one day. You'll see them. Pretty sure. Yeah. Well, one way or another, you'll see them. But yeah, that's where my home is. We're kind of more colorful than here. We got more colors. Let's put it that way. Our skin tones are different. Some are a little bit green, some are a little bit blue, some are a little bit more lilac-y. And you know the rainbow tribe? That really exists. There are people who really kind of have this red tone, this orange tone. There's some people who have kind of like a rosy color. You know, they're just different types of ETs.
Oh yes.
So
Um, in the early I think 1200 in England, in the town of Woolpit, there's a story called the Green Children of Woolpit, which a boy and a
yeah.
girl appear and their skin was completely green and they spoke another language.
Hmm.
Yeah, they say they came from they went through a tunnel, and they came out on surface. So where we are, um, um,
And all
we
they ever
could
ate was beans.
yes, beings, and there wasn't much sun where they came from. So it could be that the sun and what we eat affect our color of our skin.
Hmm.
Seems like it.
Well, and the lighting, because it seemed like He didn't make it. She lived though, and she learned to
Yes.
eat other things. And well, it does affect it because there was a I can't think of her name, but she was in the biodome when they did that biodome experiment where they were trying to figure out what they'd need have habitats in space. So they were trying to make a self-enclosed habitat that would run on its own. So she was in that habitat. She was the female scientist, the young female scientist. What they mostly ate in there was yams. Well, she ate so many yams she turned orange.
Oh, really?
Mhm. The beta
The
carotene
girl.
turned orange.
Oh, okay. Because the
So she was
girl that
quite
appeared,
orange.
the girl that appeared in Woolpit that had green skin after she started eating what the people was eating in the village there, her skin color also changed afterwards.
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
She looked like a normal person, but see, who knows how many times this happened in the past, and how many different uh, strains of people have gotten their. Well, it can also be from the elements in your blood. Because, for instance, the horseshoe crab's blood is blue. They are literal blue bloods. And it's because they're based on copper, not iron. See, humans are based on iron, but horseshoe crabs are based on copper. So if you're copper based blood instead of iron, iron turns red when it's oxidized. Copper turns a green blue. So horseshoe crab blood is blue, and it's very valuable. They make it out of the horseshoe crabs. It's extremely valuable. They have
Okay.
labs where they do nothing but milk horseshoe crabs for their blood. It's terrible, but for the horseshoe crabs. But yep, it's very, very useful in certain medical procedures and stuff.
I saw a
So
guy turn blue, but that was because he was taking silver. I think
silver.
silver. Yeah, it, they blame me on that
Mhm.
that he took too much and he turned completely blue. His skin color blue.
Mhm. Yeah, and he put it all over his skin. I remember that
Oh,
story. I listened with great interest. He used it topically and also internally. And they think the reason he turned blue is because it wasn't pure. It had other
oh,
elements in with it.
yeah. Oh, yeah. Chloe, no, like the guy, all the colloidal silver that turned blue. Yeah, the colloidal silver.
He
Yeah,
looks like Papa Smurf because he hair turned white, and then he looked just like Papa Smurf.
yeah. He had beard and everything. Yeah, yeah. Papa Smurf.
Yep, he looked exactly like Papa Smurf.
Oh,
So
yeah.
yeah,
Our bodies have
that's
that.
another instance that like could be that, and we know silver. Now that's the thing. Silver is antibiotic, antibacterial. So could there be something that these blue people there could also be? It could also be that whatever conditions, whatever light they're subject to on their planet is having an effect and turning them blue or green or whatever. But yeah, it could be elements in the diet. Could be many things. Elements in the diet, elements in the water, and the elements in the um, even the wavelength of their sun could turn them different colors, probably. But
Oh, yeah.
it's going to be interesting when we meet these people, these colorful people.
Oh, yeah. Oh, here's what I heard last. I don't know when this is come. This is far, far, far. This is gonna come out. I heard it once again already. But these people in Africa, well, it goes back to Second World War with Hitler. The people from Aldebaran, they're half humanoid, half reptilian, and apparently, go back to this time, they um, I don't know who. I think the Cabal people sold them Africa. So now they're in hold. They're established because they destroyed their world, and now
In a
they
hurry.
made the base in Africa. And what I understand, the population in South Africa has gone drastically up. So I'm thinking they're stabilizing there. What I understand, and they have changed their skin and hair texture to adapt there with the people there. But they're from Aldabra. I heard they're a bit fascist being. So we'll see when that's gonna come out. But they're from Aldabron. They're half humanoid, half reptilian, but they look African. They can shapeshift.
That doesn't surprise me. Doesn't
Yeah,
surprise.
there's a lot on this planet you have no idea about.
Like I said, I met a guy who said he was a lizard.
Oh,
And I met
yes,
another guy who was a lizard, but he didn't say so. And it was two very different kinds of people. I mean, one of them was actually very friendly and relatively benign and kind of helpful, actually. The other one was really malevolent and very controlling.
he
So
was
I
in the
think
low
there's
for
more
those.
than one kind of lizard.
Oh, yes, you're right. There's different kinds, apparently, of reptilians because in Africa itself, you have the other one, which has been there a long time. They call them Chitahuri. They're
Yeah, the
reptilian
cheetah herd.
humanoid. Yeah,
Hmm.
Chitahuri. I heard this also in South America and Central America. Um, but yeah, when that's gonna come out, I don't know. That's I think is far, far, far in the future. Those type of information are gonna go to the public.
You know what? I don't know why, but this just came to me. You guys, it would be very interesting. There was a kind of an low budget film called Lathe of Heaven based on a science fiction short story. And it didn't get very much acclaim. It was very low budget. But there's something in there. We need to watch that. Lathe of Heaven. And part of what it was he was dreaming the world. It turned out that he was the one that was dreaming the world. That he was different. He'd always been different, but he was redreaming the world. And his psychologist found out and hooked him up to a machine, the augmenter. I'm not going to spoil it, but y'all need to see that. See if you can
Interesting.
probably find it for free. The Lathe of Heaven.
Yes.
There's something
Briefly,
in there.
Aldebaran
Yeah,
has
Credo
lizard
Matua.
people.
Yeah. What?
They're half humans, half lizard. The people of Aldebaran, they work with Hitler in the Second World War. So they're half
Yep.
human, half lizard.
Yep.
Um, and yeah, told by Credo Mutwa. Yes, yes, I saw the interview
Yeah.
he did about 7 hours long with David Icke. Yeah,
Mhm. I
but
saw an
that.
interview he did.
Sorry, go ahead.
I saw several. I saw several of his interviews. I was really into that for a while.
Yeah.
I looked into that. It was a rabbit hole I dove down. And he
Okay.
had one where he was talking about he was, a shaman. And he knew this other shaman who said, You want to know what it's like to be a god. And it was like real secretive. They had to do this like real secretive. And there was a chance that they would die trying this experiment, but what he had was pieces of one of them, pieces of one of these so-called gods. And the guy said it tasted very metallic. They were supposed to eat it, but they had to go down into a hole in the ground. They had to be very secretive. And the guy said, We cannot let anybody know that we're doing this or going to do this. Um, that's why he waited and just said, Hey, do you want it? He didn't tell the guy in advance. He just said once he got there, he said, Do you want to experience that? Well, they swelled up and they got very sick and they had all kinds of things. But the guy said, Well, if you live past I think the third day, you're going to be okay. And then you're going to see like a God sees. And he said, and sure enough, he survived it and he saw everything. It was like he was very telepathic. He had everything. He had the telepathy and the whole thing. The way he saw everything, and then of course after that experience was over, it was all gone. So yeah, he talked about that. He talked about so what they had done is they had actually eaten part of one of them. That was part of the flesh of one of these so-called gods that they'd eaten in order to get that insight. So apparently, I mean, if that's the case, I mean, wow, what? Credo Mutwa? Lusta, are you saying Credo Mutwa was kind of crazy? Well, he was a African shaman.
He wasn't crazy. He
He
had
wasn't
very
really crazy.
no. He had a lot of knowledge.
Yeah,
He
he
saw
wasn't
things.
crazy.
He saw he saw a timeline which he said that a lady is gonna come and then be the president of America in red suit, and then is when America is gonna go down with war and all of that. I think the timeline that he saw was of Hillary Clinton becoming president, but
Yeah.
that didn't happen. And a few years ago, he transitioned. I think his job was done in this round.
What? He did what?
No, his job. He did his job, his mission in this round. So
Oh
he
yeah, he
transitioned.
did his mission. Yeah, he did his mission. Yeah, I
Yes,
think he did too. He did his mission and left. Yep.
yes.
Wow. Yeah.
He was,
I remember Credo Mutwa he told some very interesting stories.
yes,
Hey,
yes,
that's right. He did tell a story about a blue-gray woman. Yes, about a woman who sat down her child on a rock while she was doing something, harvesting something, cutting a tree down, doing something, and set her child down on a rock. And along comes this blue-gray woman that kind of had a scaly texture to her skin and set her child on the rock down next to her child. And she's like, whoa, what's going on? And the whole thing that I guess what the Blue Woman said was, one day when your people and my people will be able to greet each other with mutual respect and love, then our children will be able to play together. So,
Hmm,
for whatever that meant.
okay.
So, so I'm like, huh. So yeah, and she was blue. Yeah, blue gray. So yeah, he did tell a
Yeah, there's a
story
lot.
about blue people.
Yeah, there's a lot of different blue beings out there. What I understand, the Andromedans and the Arcturians are blue skin. I don't know of all of them. The Arcturians for sure. Uh,
Arcturians,
yes.
a lot of the
Yes, the
people
and
from Sirius, and a
okay.
lot of the people from where I was channeling the light language, and Taris, also blue. So there are really a lot of blue people in the universe. Maybe
I heard
more than
also
there are our color. I mean,
that is that's
what
a
are we,
possibility.
kind of pink, tan? Some of us are kind of sallow, brown. Well, apparently they are much more colorful than us. So, what makes us think that we have the corner on, fancy skin tones, that they're all going to look like us or have our skin tone? As a matter of fact, like I said, my skin has got blue tones to it, and it could be because somewhere in my lineage are blue people. How do I know?
Could be for
You
sure.
know? Well,
And
on
blue.
my mother's side, there's Native Americans. Almost all the Native Americans say they're from the stars, except for a few who say they're from the earth. They came from inside the earth, which would be the
Oh yeah,
inner earth. Some say
could
they
be.
came from inside the earth, and some said a lot of them came from the stars. They say it right
Yeah.
out.
I know the Hopis know that they say they came from the stars or they call the star beings their brother and sister. And Louis T. Blue Avian, like David Wilcock claims, yeah, he's not the only one talking about the Blue Avian. And yeah, I haven't followed Dave Wilcock in years, more than 10 years. But before 10 years, he had some good presentation, you know. He talks about
Yeah.
the golden body, the rainbow body, the third eye. He has some good information, you know. But you have to be discerning with everybody. There was a guy that,
I I know this sounds weird. I saw my cat ascend. Not, she didn't just die. I saw her go through the process that he's talking about. Very similar. When she died or passed on, the room filled with rainbow and white light. She crawled up at
in
the
the,
foot of my bed just to make sure I would see her die, or see her pass. The room filled up with white light and rainbows, and then I saw this rainbow portal open, and through that portal was this beautiful place, beautiful green field with trees in the background. Beautiful place. And I saw her and with very bright colors, very, very bright colors. And I saw her rise up out of her body, and she was all in rainbows. And I saw her walk through that portal. Then I saw the portal close behind her, and I saw her even beyond that. When she stepped into that portal, and just started, she became like a young kitten again and scampered around, just scampered off towards the woods. And then later, all of a sudden, as I'm saying, oh my gosh, I'm saying to myself, I just saw her go. And sure enough, it took her body about another hour to completely shut down, but she was gone before her body completely shut down. And then I also saw, all of a sudden, it looked like, it's very hard to describe this. With my third eye, it was like I saw a window open, like somebody slides something open like that. And it was this beautiful white cat with like gleaming white fur. I mean, just beautiful. But with a very familiar feel. And I remember I looked up and I said, Maui? And she said, yep, it's me, Mom. I made it. I'm okay. I wanted you to know. I'm like, wow, you look different. She goes, oh, yes, this is how I look. Apparently, that's how she actually looked. Then
Like a
another
cat?
cat, a cat person.
Oh, like standing on 2 feet?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, I don't know. I saw this much of her. I saw
Oh,
like
because
you're seeing me.
oh,
She was
okay.
looking
Because
like,
you sorry, because you have also cat beings, highly intelligent, that they are like lion beings too, dog beings. So when I encounter that, I think that every animal on this planet has a higher being, intelligent form of it in another part of this universe.
yeah. And then she opened the window and came up next to her was another cat person. He was obviously a cat. No, they were cat people. They were cat people. Um, and he was there, and he looked like a cheetah, and he talked too.
Telepathic,
And
I
I'm
may
like,
imagine.
yeah, I was so surprised. I'm like, what? You know? And he said, oh, well, this is nice. We get to talk. And he called me mom too. And then I realized this has got to be little Kangy, who died a while back. But he didn't die in my presence. He didn't pass on in my presence. He was at the vet when he passed on. So I didn't get to see him go. But there he was. But he was really looked more like a cheetah. He had spots on his fur. And I'm like, oh my gosh, what? I mean, I'm looking at this with my third eye and I'm going, am I really seeing this? And are they really talking to me? Yeah, I figured out later he had to be Kangy. And because he was calling me mom and or somebody, but he had to be one of my cats. Okay. And I said, why? Well, surely you had another mother. Why would you call me mother? And she says, you like it when I call you mom. It's a term of respect. So to
Yes.
them, calling you mother or father is a term of respect. So if they say mother, they mean respected one, loved one, respected one. So,
Yeah. Cats are very interesting beings. Well, the ones on this planet, I just video information about cats. Um, I know the Egyptian um, had cats as like a holy creature. Everybody had to have cats at their home. They have highly respect for cats, especially the Siamese cat.
yeah,
But
they say they
if
worshiped them more, they understood them. Cats were,
yes,
yeah. intergalactic
Cats can,
creatures. Yeah.
yeah, they can see things that we cannot see. And here's the thing too, interesting about cats is that they have a slit eye, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tiger, lions, cheetah don't have a slit eye. Why is that the cat has a slit eye? Which animal in the kingdom has slit eye? Another animal. Snakes. Snakes
And
have slit eye. They both hiss.
cats hiss, and so
Sorry?
do snakes. Cats hiss, but
Yes.
snakes don't purr.
That I don't know. Could be. I don't. Yeah, I don't think they do that. But
I
they have
still
this.
but reindeer do. I saw a video about it. Reindeer purr. Go figure.
Oh,
What? Reindeer purr. Wow. Complete mind blown. But I have a statue, an Egyptian statue, right over there. You can't really see it well enough, so I'm not going to turn the camera. But I got an Egyptian statue of a cat with a snake coming right up here in front of its chest. The cat and the
damn.
snake.
Could be
So
that in Atlantis time they genetically engineered the DNA from the cat in a snake or a tiger and make a cat.
no idea. But I do know that Maui, from the way she looked, I read somewhere that when they look like that, they're an elder Lyran, and therefore very revered and honored Lyran. And she was calling me mother, and I was very honored then to realize that this was an elder Lyran calling me mom and giving me respect. It was very, very sweet of her. But, she said, well, you were always one to worry so much. We knew that we had to comfort you because you would be thinking about how you had failed us somehow. What you could have done different to make our lives better or make it easier or make us not die. And we were going to die and you couldn't have stopped it. But you shouldn't think of it that way. You gave us as good of a life as you could, and you really gave us lots of love. And we honor you for that. You gave us the best life that you could, and we honor you for that. So don't feel bad, which is true because I was feeling horrible about it. Every time I lose one, I feel horrible when I lose one of my babies. I feel like I screwed something up. But they said you couldn't do it. You couldn't. You you couldn't have changed that. That was going to happen. So, um, you know, so I learned a lot of things from her. I learned a lot from her. So basically, I have and I do feel we are related somehow. We're related. I mean, somewhere, at least in one life, or maybe more, I was a Lyran. I was I probably was a cat at some point, one of the cat people. I probably was one.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
So, I mean, Lyra, the cat people and the human people, the humanoid people were friends and comrades and very close. So, and so were the dog people. So the dogs, the cats, and the humans were all very close friends. We're all allies in the war, in the Orion Wars, that ended up destroying Lyra. and that's why some of us just feel so damn homesick all the time, is that if we originally came from Lyra so long ago, which probably I spent a lot of time on Lyra, um, then we're going to
And
feel
people,
homesick because our home is gone.
yeah, yeah. And I think I'm pretty sure all of us here came from Lyra. But yeah, Lyra. Maybe, oh, but this the multiverse, right? So there's a dimension that Lyra didn't get destroyed, if you look at that way.
That's true. That's true. There would be somewhere in the multiverse where Lyra is not destroyed.
Yeah.
Was a dragon
Uh,
during the Orion Wars. The Orion Wars went on for hundreds of years. I also have a dragon, a purple one. I have a
Interesting.
purple dragon, and I also know a gold one. And the golden ones, I don't see the gold one very often. Purple one I see. They're supposed to be very lucky, the gold ones. But yeah. Oh, you get ghost cats and random cats keep visiting you? Yeah, and then I think I spent probably Antares, probably time in Antares. I think I've been around the matter of fact, why do I say I think? I know that. I know daggone well. I even got a reading to that effect. The reading says you've been all over the place. You've been a traveler, you've traveled everywhere. You
All to
have
get knowledge and experience.
they called me a cosmic backpacker.
Ah, that's a good name.
Said you're
Cosmic
one of
backpack.
those cosmic backpackers. There's some people that they kind of like to stay in one kind of group, but not you. You've been all over the universe. You've been everywhere. You've been all over the place. You're like some kind of cosmic backpacker. I'm there. You know what? That probably is about right. It's probably about right. I've probably been everything. So where did
Yeah.
Sasquatch come from? That's a good question. They're not telling us,
I
but
don't
they
know if
say they
they come from,
stars.
yeah. I think they come from another place, tell the truth. The one on this planet are lost. Some of them are being taken away by the one that's doing the recruiting. But the Sasquatch, they have abilities. They can jump dimension too. I think they can
Yes.
cloak. They're intelligent. They're not stupid.
Oh no, they're very intelligent. I mind speak with them. I have a friend. I didn't realize it. Like I said, I didn't realize it. But I have recently, in the last few years, come to realize I have friends among the Sasquatch, and particularly a couple of them, I mind speak with them without really knowing it. And they're actually quite decent people. I would absolutely, if anybody was going to harm them, I would want to step up and do something about that. And I told him that too. I would not let people, for instance, if I knew anybody was trying to hunt them or do anything to hurt them, I would try to stop them. I would want to stop them. That, I wouldn't want to see anything happen to them. Um, Even though I didn't even know if I believed in them for a long, long time. Now that I know they're real, they showed me that they're real. They proved it. They showed me in various ways. I've talked about it on the show that they're real and that we're really mind speaking with each other and that they really love me. They've known me since I was a kid and they love me. They think I'm a good person. And that's why they got in touch with me. They're getting in touch with various people in order to what they call build a bridge between us. They are not interested in our society. They don't want us to be part of theirs. They don't want to be part of ours, but they do want there to be communication between us at some point. So they're fixing to come out.
Yeah.
So,
Um, I see Lewis say, but the scientists want the body to believe they are. I don't know if they're gonna. Maybe they have technology to capture one, and I can believe also that some of them are like native on this planet. They have been here for a long time. Yeah, I do believe that also. Um, there's the one guy that went on Kerry Cassidy. He has contact with them, and he's with them in Israel on the ground, Israel. Yeah, that is also the thing that's gonna come out now. When that is gonna come out, I don't know. But they're waiting for same with the people in the inner earth. They're waiting for us to get to a certain frequency, because now they're seeing us a lot of like hostile. We're hostile to them, you know. We're not really aligned. We're in the lower chakra. Let me put it that way. So when we get to the higher chakra, higher energy, then they're gonna be appearing more to us when we're ready. But yeah, you have
yeah,
also in the woods. In the woods, you have the other one, the Sasquatch. Okay, that's good. Yeah, you have also the dog man and the wolf beings. Those, what I understand, has been genetically modified. Some of them goes back to Atlantis time, and some of them are they're very intelligent too. With the werewolf, I don't know. Half of them I heard they are good, and some of them are not good. But they fight with themselves also. Like the reptilian fighting with the dogmen, they have a lot of territorial. That they fight over territory. Let me put it that way. So yeah, I don't know when yeah, there's a lot on this planet. Don't know when that's gonna come out. But yeah, you have the dog beings
honestly,
too.
they still fight with each other.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what I hear. Is that still they rumble, you know? And then I also hear that there's military dogmen that they've cloned somehow. It's some military hash up of the dogman genome.
Damn.
And hmm?
No, I said damn. Yeah, I've heard of Manimal, which is what this long time ago they had an army of they have human DNA and gorilla DNA, and they're big and they're very strong, and they had an army of them under their control. So I don't know what happened with that project. I haven't heard anything about it, but I do know, yeah, they've been. That's not a surprise, but tell me that they put the DNA of the dogman and human and make something. Yeah, they've been doing Frankenstein shit for a long time. One base that I think a lot of people are gonna get shocked when that information come out is other than the military dump, the military underground bases, deep underground military bases, is this is also a dump, you can say. This has been active for a long time. It's in Dulce, New Mexico. In Dulce, New Mexico, there's an underground base. The natives there knows about it, but they stay away from that. There's a base there that the different level that's connected with all the Area 51, all those major places via underground hiker train. Um, there they do crazy experiment with the DNA. Is at Dulce, New Mexico. I don't know if that's still active there. I think pretty much they should have closed it down, or the other people have. That's one of the first places they have should have taken down. But yeah, that they were doing Frankenstein shit. The deeper you go with the level, the crazier it gets. And that base was run by humans and greys and reptilians. And some of the bases are fully run by reptilians. I heard in the Caribbean there's 14 bases, underwater bases. 12 of them, well, two of them are run by humans and the reptilians, and the other ones are fully run by reptilians. One is
Wow.
in Bahamas. Yes, only one I
Wow.
know where it lies is in Bahamas or Barbados. I think one of those two islands, Bahamas, and that place they use it for communication with other beings.
Wow.
Well, yeah.
Chloe's saying, what do you think of blimmies?
Who?
Blimmies are the ones that have no head. Their faces are on their chest.
Oh, oh, yeah, I heard about those. Yeah, you see, I don't know about them. Are they still alive? I don't know, probably. Yeah, yeah, I
Is
heard
it
about those too.
possible? Well, I don't know. I suppose anything is possible in the multiverse, right?
Yeah,
I never saw one. Not sure I
yeah,
want to see one.
they will look a bit weird.
Not sure I ever want to see one. And yeah, not sure I would ever want to. Absolutely not. I don't think I'm ready for that. Well, maybe I am. I don't know. Maybe I would take it in stride like I took everything else. I mean, after all, I managed to handle a 10-foot tall praying mantis person. I managed to handle seeing a um what was it, 8 or 9 foot tall bird person. And I managed to handle the fact that my boyfriend was a lizard guy.
Damn. And I'll start to think. I have to go check if one of my two exes. I think maybe one would be reptilian. If she was a reptilian. Ugh! Because one time I saw when I did mushroom, I saw her face change to a reptilian form. I'm like, what? Now that got me thinking.
That's why they don't want to make this stuff legal. I have been saying that for 50 years at least.
Shit. Okay,
Loose.
I'm gonna look into that tomorrow. Well, that's my thing to check. Yeah. The beach is reptilian. Yeah, you never know. This world is mixed with all sort of beings here, and some of them are like human-like or look human, but they're not. Still, if you open your third eye, then you can see through their block frequency. You will see who they really are.
That happened to me. I talked about it on this show. I had gone to a uh, meditation Reiki session, was in a very, very spiritual frame of mind. But my friend who was with me, who had driven, he wanted to go to a bar, to the local bar, to sing karaoke, which was fine with me. I thought, what a neat night, to go and sing karaoke. I walk into the bar, and superimposed over everybody in the bar, I'm seeing it looked like Mos Eisley Cantina from Star Wars. Nobody was human in the whole freaking bar. I'm like, what? Except the bartender. The bartender. It's the only guy that looked human. And I'm like, okay, can I say this? And I said it to my friend because he'd been to that event with me. And I said, notice anything unusual about these people? Hmm. Well, not particularly. Why? What are you seeing? Because he knew that I could see things. And I told him, I said, none of these people look like human beings that are in here tonight, except the bartender. And he said, somehow that doesn't really surprise me. I don't know why, but it doesn't really surprise me.
Well,
And that was the way. And then gradually, as the night wore on, they turned back into people. They looked like people again.
that's what I understand with the mermaid. That the one near Haiti and Jamaica, I think, higher up in the Caribbean. I don't know here in Aruba there's any mermaid stories, but what I understand, the mermaids also on the ground, they have a underground facility, and they can like a bit shape shift too with their feet. When they go into the water, they get fence, and when they are there in their place, they shape shift and get feedback with 2 feet. So that's another thing. And yeah, and I
Yeah.
see Beef says no droid. Yeah, what I understand, few of because you have different type of grays too, but a lot of them work. There are droids. There are not
Yeah.
um, fully
They're
alive.
not people. Yeah, they're not actual. They're artificial life.
Yes.
Yeah. Type of AI. Yeah. I know. Some of them are a type of AI. And then there are also different there are different species of what do you call it? Different species of grays that that really come from different places.
Oh
And
yeah.
so there and then there are tall grays too. There are the short grays, which most of them are automatons, little droid type things. And I guess the taller ones are the actual people. But I don't know. I'm not that, you know, like I can't remember all of this. I'm not that. I suppose I could if I went through all the books and everything, I could probably memorize them all and come up with it all. But you saved a mermaid in a dream once, Louis. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of remember being a mermaid at some point too. Yeah. That
Maybe
was
that
on the
was.
place where it was mostly water and mountains and water, and
Oh.
we swam with the dolphins.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe that was another reality you accessed in your dream. It's the same with Luis. Maybe you access another version of yourself in the multiverse, and in that reality, you save a mermaid.
See, I don't know. It's frankly, we don't know. Here's a question. We're here in the Matrix. It's not real. Do we have bodies somewhere? And if so, where? And if so, what kind of bodies do we actually have?
I
What
know
are our bodies do?
we're multidimensional beings, so we're existing at different reality at the same time. How to access those realities? That's a question. Maybe through your dreams. I know you can access reality very easily. If you can lucid dream, then you can control your dream. You can go wherever you want. Be free and sweet dolphin sex. Damn. Lol. Yeah.
Wow. So, um, we could look very, very different in our true form. I keep feeling like probably still have the blue skin, the periwinkle blue purpley, bluey purpley skin. Probably I'm still lilac.
Yeah. Isn't this place we are in fucking crazy? Yeah, I'm Chloe. It's fucking, and the funny thing is, you asked to be here. We all asked to be here in this time.
Mm,
That's the crazy part.
yeah,
Bleh!
somehow we wanted to be here.
Yes.
Well, I think, and I keep getting told this and what the answer is when I asked a long, long time ago before I'd heard any of this. where I'd heard most of this. He said, what did I come here for? And the answer was, in my meditation was, all I was getting was, I came here to help an old friend. And that old friend was Gaia herself. So I came here to help an old friend, which for a long time had me in a quandary. And then I realized that the old friend was probably the planet herself. It kind of felt like that because I ended up having a talk many a time with the planet. And so you can talk to Gaia. She's rather approachable. She doesn't really go by Gaia always, though. She doesn't really go by that. But you can call her Mother Earth, or you can just call her Mother. She goes by a lot of names. There are a lot of names for her. She's a
Yeah.
very motherly feeling being, and the way she looked to me is everything about her was round. She was a very round lady. I mean, everything about her figure was very curvy and round. Her hair was curly. Her eyes were round. Her face was round. Um, just everything about her was very, very feminine, round, curvy, round. So she was. That's the way she looked to me, anyway. And she was wearing a dress, and I'm sure that this was the image she was giving me. I mean, it was the image. Maybe she made herself look presentable to me in some way, shape, or form, or had some meaning. But she was wearing a dress, and she was wearing a beautiful dress with flowers covering every inch of it. She had like a white dress with beautiful flowers just growing like they were growing all over her dress. It was a beautiful dress. I want that dress. As a matter of fact, I had a dress a little bit like that dress at one time, and I really cried when that dress bit the dust, and I had to give it up. But it was a little bit like that. Really pretty. It was just beautiful. But beautiful flowers, and her hair was dark, and her skin was kind of maybe a little on the tan side. Not real dark, not real light, maybe a little sallow. Hard to tell. Um, she was, but her hair was very curly and dark. Her eyes were dark. So
Okay.
she was, but very gentle. I got it, well, anyway, towards me. Very loving. She helped me at a very rough time. She intervened. Very rough time in my life. She intervened. She said, it's not going to get any worse than this. This is the worst it's going to get. Don't worry. And she stepped in and changed some things. So because it wasn't fair, what was going on was just so unfair. So, and she doesn't usually step in except to bring the balance. But I
You had
guess
a divine intervention.
yeah, she didn't believe that it was fair fight or it was balanced at all, so she stepped in.
Nice. Well, this was cool. Just come on by for a bit. I see it's almost 3 a.m. here, so it's a bit
Oh
late
my
here.
gosh.
Yeah, it's
Well,
almost.
yeah, I've been on for 4 hours.
Oh yeah, 4 hours. Oh damn,
Oh my gosh.
time
Well,
flies.
Alexander, I will
Oh,
understand if you need to leave. And
oh yeah,
very grateful that you've been on for that long. You give us that much of your time. Thank you. It was
Yeah,
such an
you're welcome.
interesting guest. It's always a pleasure to have you on. I'm going to have to
Yeah.
come down there and visit Aruba sometime
Well,
once I get
yeah,
rich.
it's gonna come
'Cause,
after. I think I don't know about this year, but next year I think 2005, 26. A lot of people gonna be traveling, exploring. Things is gonna be different.
yeah,
So,
after if they have the Jasar Nassara type thing, maybe then I could travel down
oh
there.
yeah,
But
for sure.
yeah,
That
when
that's
I
also
have all
welcome.
the money, when I have the money, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna see Aruba. It sounds like it's a beautiful place.
Yeah, it's a small island. Uh, yeah, 19 miles long. But yeah, it's just white sandy beach, so that's beautiful and good
Oh, I
fun.
love white sand beaches. I love
Oh,
white
that's cool.
sand beaches. Yeah. I
That's
have
cool.
only got to be on them once.
Oh, really?
Beautiful. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
When I went to
No,
the
well,
Bahamas.
oh, you went to the Bahamas. Oh, nice.
Beautiful
Well,
beaches.
in the future, then I will see you then in the room. Maybe more people from the chat also. Well, you know. No, well, the ocean was lovely. Yeah, come on the panel talking about information. Everybody stay positive. A lot's gonna be happening. You have to stand in your ground and look for, because this year is also the 8th year. So 8 has to do with manifesting. So what do you want to manifest? Where do you want to go? Be determined in your goal, and it will come for sure. All right. Work on self, and everything's gonna be good. Well, yeah, I will see y'all next time then.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll have you on again anytime you want. Just let me know. We don't have another guest on after I do whatever my spiel is that I wanted to get out for the night. You're welcome to come on in any old time.
That's
Come
good.
on up and see me sometime.
Lol, I will. All
If you
right.
ever if you ever want to see crazy Ohio sometime.
Well, I never been to the U.S. I never been to the U.S. So we'll see. Maybe
It's
this
pretty
year.
insane up here, let me tell you right now.
Yeah, that's why I never went
I
to
don't
the
know if you
U.S.
want to come right now.
Yeah, because that's why, because I knew things was. I got the chance to go to the U.S. I think in 2008 or so, but I already knew about U.S. crazy shit there. So I'm like, no, I'm gonna stay here. I'm not gonna go. But yeah, maybe I will. I want to come to experience the eclipse that's gonna happen on 8th of April. So that I want to experience there. So maybe I will be there, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Because right now I don't advise it. No, 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 no.
No, I
But
understand that completely.
but someday when things are better, sure, I'll show you around.
All right, that will
And
be cool.
okay, that'll be fun. Okay, so thank you so
All
much,
right, have a good
Alex.
night. Blessings.
Okay.
The next time.
Mm, yeah, I like Alex. Such a cool guy. Yeah, Aruba. Wow, sounds like a beautiful place. Yeah, I've been to the Bahamas. Beautiful place. The water is so blue, most beautiful blue. Mm. And well, yeah, it would be kind of like a paradise because it's warm and white sand beaches and good weather all the time. And yeah, it would be nice. Yeah, a cruise or something. Yeah, maybe a cruise. Yeah, because that's how I went to the Bahamas was on a cruise. Beautiful white sand beach. And that's why it's so blue, is the white sand reflecting the sky. It just reflects the sky and it's so beautiful. The water is so beautiful. It almost looks like they dyed the water blue, but it isn't. It's the sky. Yeah. But when I went down there, unfortunately, they had just had a storm, wiped out their economy. It was kind of sad for them. And I got my wallet ripped off down there. Yeah. And the thing about a cruise was the minute you step off the ship, everybody has their hand out. They want money. They're trying to sell you something or get you to do something. Everybody is like, that's the only thing. Well, anyway. Well, that was a nice treat that Alex came on and finished off. That was a nice finish to the show. We told a bunch of stories. And Chloe, sometime I want to hear your stories. And Witchy Poo, sometime I want to hear your stories. I want to hear your Ohio stories or any of your stories, actually. So they're pretty good. By the way, I know you can't really see it very well, but this is the empath bracelet. And let's see if I can get a good picture of it. It's really pretty. I don't think I spent very much. It was under $5, really, because I don't have like, you know me. Everything's got to be discount at this point, or I won't buy it. But but yeah, I think it is helping me. I think it is helping me calm down because it's supposed to protect you from everybody else's stuff. You just left because he acts like the beauty is normal. Well, yeah, I mean, if you grow up in a gorgeous place, actually, to tell you the truth, if you saw Ohio, I can show you pictures of Ohio. It's absolutely beautiful. It's beautiful. I mean, if you like countryside, we have some of the most beautiful countryside you've ever seen. Beautiful, lush green. In the spring, it's absolutely gorgeous. Flowers, wild flowers. You know, beautiful trees, tall trees, and just really gorgeous. And when you look down over the Ohio Valley in the fall, the colors of the trees are just gorgeous. So Ohio is really very beautiful. Ohio is a beautiful place. And in its wilderness areas, it's gorgeous. And we have beautiful waterfalls and lakes and rivers. Um, all of that. And then there are other parts, like, yeah, there are other parts. But yeah, and I suppose I take it for granted. So I suppose you kind of take for granted wherever it is you're used to being. I kind of, I kind of take it for granted. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Oh, Lewis, you know what? I have been there many times. It's pretty cool. It's an old star fort, you know. It's an artificial coastline. Of course, we know that only because of the mud flood people. It's an artificial coastline. They don't tell you how old it is, leading everybody to wonder, how did they get that artificial coastline? The place is built on old Tartarian grounds. So obviously, mhm, yeah, a lot of very strange things happened here in Ohio. But it is beautiful. I mean, we have also the farms, beautiful cornfields. We have the bogland is beautiful in its own way, has its own unique ecosystem. We have the Great Lakes seashore, not the seashore, but the lake shore. It looks like the seashore. So we have all these environments, beautiful environments, really. It's it's a beautiful place in many ways. When we get things under control, get things back in balance, it's going to be just gorgeous. And you're probably going to want to come visit at some point because it's gorgeous. I'm looking forward to it because I love this place too. I love the nature. I love the parks. Parks are beautiful, breathtaking. Oh, maybe one day, like I said, I'd like to be able to have people over. I'd like to invite people up some point. Let them see all of the beautiful sights here. Besides, we have the Rock Hall of Fame right up in Cleveland. That's pretty cool, but it's really expensive. It's really cool. Tourist trap though. But I've gotten in a few times. Actually, my reptilian boyfriend got us in. His persuasion. He got us in for free. It almost scares me, some of the people I've known. Almost. But you know, if I was going to be hurt, I would have been hurt. If I was going to be dead, I would have been dead. So what have I got to worry about? If any of that was going to kill me, it would have done killed me already. So why should I worry? Alaska, yes, Alaska. I hear that's really pretty too, which makes sense. And then I'm sure people who live out in the desert areas, they kind of just think, oh, I have been to like Ojai. Beautiful. I don't know that I'd want to live there though now, the more I think of it. You know, some of the pests and things they have in the wilds, I wouldn't be able to walk through the woods without getting in trouble probably, but um yeah, I mean, the earth is beautiful. I tell her that all the time. I say, Mother, you're so beautiful. You really are. You're so beautiful. I get a little choked up. And then I feel the love, you know, when I say that. Yes, and I mean it. I'm being very sincere. The Earth is beautiful. Beautiful planet. And she's going to be so much more beautiful. Yeah. After the change, she's going to be spectacular. Absolutely stunning. I think I just got a little hug from her. Kind of a little mental hug. Thank you, Mother. You are. You are. You are so sweet to have housed us all this time. So kind and so patient. I mean, she's been so patient with so patient. I don't know where you get the patience. But she is a higher being, so I guess that's rare. Okay, well, that's about it, my friends. I've just about had it. I'm on my way to bed now because it's been over 4 hours. And we've had a wonderful time. I have anyway. Hope you have too. I'll see you again on Sunday when we'll talk about something else again. If any of you have some stories you'd like to share, please get in touch with me, oceandiana@gmail.com, and we'll talk. Some of you have my phone number. And if you call me and from like somewhere like that I don't recognize the number and it tells me potential spam, I am not going to pick it up. Had somebody call me 5 times today and it said potential spam and I wouldn't pick up. So whoever it was really trying to get in touch. But it's not happening. If I don't know you and it says it's potential spam, I'm not picking up. So okay. Hey, Michelle Cannon Free. Yep. Love you too, dear. Love you all. Take care. And remember, you are divine. Yeah, wouldn't they be surprised when they found out how little I have for them to steal? I don't really have that much in my account. I don't really have that much. I'm not, well, I'm abundant. I mean, I do all right, but yeah, I'm certainly not rich in that regard. I'm rich in many ways. I guess I am wealthy. I am abundant. Yeah, I am. I'm rich. Anyway, but yeah, they would be very disappointed with what I have in my bank account. Let's put it that way. So, okay, remember, you're divine. Dream well and dream big because you're creating new earth. And truth is where you find it. I hope you're always finding some on my channel. Please do all of the usual like, sub. I know most of you subscribe, invite, share. do all that. Um, and from me and Cowboy, yippee-ki-yi-yo, get along, little doggies. Yeah. Good night. See you Sunday.